in the sky showed me you were my light. You were my joy. No one else. No, 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 I can't deny it. You and I belong together. Running up a full tunnel, running and get away now. No, 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 I can't deny it. You and I belong together. Running up a full tunnel, running and get away now. No, you can't tell it.
Good morning, everyone. I have feel that we are together. Good morning, everyone. May I kindly request that those that are still walking in, if possible, could we kindly take our seats, ladies and gentlemen? We are about to start with today's proceedings. How are you guys feeling today? Are you good? I've got to be encouraged that we are all good. Are you guys good this side? Are you guys good this side? Are you guys good this side? Yeah, we are young, man. We must be energetic, no? Okay, guys, my name is Melu Sindima. My job for today is very simple. It's to host. So I'll be your host today. I hope you enjoy the program, but I just kindly request that we all come alive. We all come alive. I need us to show that we are youth and we want this thing. This thing is ours. It's here for the taking. So guys, can we come alive so that when our speakers are interacting with us and when our speakers are engaging us, they also feel that they are engaging an audience that is receptive to what they are saying. So can we all agree? Thank you very, very much. Can we all stand up as we welcome the MMC and the delegates and give them a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Before we proceed, I understand that we all come from different religious organizations, and all of us believe in different beliefs. But may I kindly request, just for today, that we all stand up, bow our heads and close our eyes and be grateful to God that we all made it to today. Can we all stand up kindly? Dear Heavenly Father, dear Heavenly Lord, we are here today because of your grace. We are here today because of your mercy. Some people have not seen this day. Some people have not had the luxury of being able to walk and get opportunities of this nature. Can I necessary rid ourselves of poverty? We thank you, Lord, that you've given us the opportunity to gather here today. May we use the time that you've shared and spared with us judiciously. And may we ensure that the information that we get today becomes our currency for the future. I ask this in the heavenly name of our Father, Jesus Christ. Amen. I wish to again greet you all. As I said, my name is Melu Sindima. I'll be your host for today, and we've agreed that we'll come alive. Is this side alive? I'm still short of it. Is this side alive? Is this side alive? Is this side alive? No, then I'm comfortable, MMC, that we've got the best audience for today. We are about to start. Maybe one must firstly apologize for perhaps the delays in the time and the scheduled times. I know that since I'm a yellow bone, I don't believe in that. But colleagues, sorry for the delays that may emanate. We're going to try and push so that we are within the schedule that is described in the program. So without wasting any further ado, I wish to thank UMMC for the opportunity of actually being invited here. And I think we all can agree, and if you agree with me, I'll get a thumbs up, that today marks the beginning of where we change the narrative, where we're no longer building the future for young people, but we are building young people for the future. So today marks the beginning of where we are no longer building the future for young people, but we are building young people for the future. Because the future is not but a destination that we are going to. It is a journey that we all embark that must transform us in the process. So I wish to start by allowing the opportunity to greet the MMC, the honorable councillors present, the chairperson for human settlements, Section 79 committees, the guests that come from various youth formations and youth organizations, and the guests that are with us today from corporate industry that will be gracing our presence for today. We will have two sessions for today. The first session, where there will be a number of our guest speakers addressing us, trying to paint a picture of why we're here today, trying to give us a direction of where we're going. And then there'll be a second session which will be hosted by Lerato. Yes, which will be hosted by a beautiful lady called Lerato. Me and her, they chose based on handsomeness. Someone is denying that I'm handsome, guys. Then the other session will be a discussion where we'll be having various panelists. So let me first allow and welcome on stage the Honorable Councillor of this ward to give us the opening, because we are in his ward. Sitting as Zulu, so may we give the Honorable Councillor Ricky a round of applause to join us and welcome us.
Good morning, Director of Programs. Let me honor our MMC with his first visit to my ward, MMC Mabaso, the chair of chairs, chair of the Section 79 Human Settlements Committee, officials of the department, ladies and gentlemen. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you to Ward 58. I hope you guys have a good day, and I hope this conference is going to be a success. MMC, I'm a little disappointed. I'm an old man. I'm a product of 1976, the year of the youth, the year of the uprising. And what I see before me is very little youth. And we have a tendency in this country where we older people want to decide the future of our youth without the youth. So let's take cognizance of this, officials. I was expecting to see at least 50% of this all full with youth. And who are the youth? The youth are those between the age of 16 and 30. I know this country says 35, I say 30. But I don't see much youngsters here in that group of 25 and 26 and 27. So guys, let us not decide the future of the youth, we as older people. Let us include them. They are our future leadership. They are the future of this country. So we want to come and talk to you about youth in construction, but we exclude them. But going on from this, guys, yes, the future lies in these youth. And let us include them. Let us make sure that going forward when we talk about construction, not only in the field of human settlements, but let us give every opportunity to these youngsters. The youth of this country are disillusioned. I interact with them every day. As a ward councillor, you meet them every day. They are disillusioned. And when your youth are disillusioned and when they are totally left aside of everything, unemployed, getting into drugs, getting into alcohol, with no hope for the future, there will come a revolution in this country. Take it from me, I've lived through it. There will come a revolution in this country. But take cognizance of my message, that let us make this year and the following few years the years of the youth, of building of our youth. When we build our youth, we build a future. We neglect our youth, we neglect our future. And we know for a fact our youth have been neglected over the last 20 years. We celebrate our youth on June 16, big deal. I don't know how many people who do actually celebrate June 16 know exactly what was June 16 and what we, the youth of then, went through. It is an experience we cannot write in words, we cannot tell people. It was some of the worst years of youth in this country that we went through. Detention, harassment, being shot, being killed, being shot at every side. But let not that the youth of 76, the price that we paid, go in vain. And sadly, over the last 20 years, it has been in vain. So I want to say, guys, welcome. The youth that are present, please, let's have your inputs. Let's hear your voice. This is a platform for your voice to be heard. It is not a platform for people to come and tell you what they've decided for your future. Let them hear your voice. MMC, thank you so much. Thank you, officials. With that, welcome and have a lovely day. Thank you.
Let us be in the spirit, guys. Let us be in the spirit. Thank you to the Honorable Councillor for giving us a welcome.
important players in the mainstream economy. The construction alone is not going to turn around that tragedy. We had a vision to accommodate every sector of our economy in this summit. But we are, however, reminded of a beautiful story of a man who wanted to change the world. Upon realizing that he could not change the universe, he then elected to change his city and immediate local community, which he also failed. Until a wise man came to him and spoke. Change begins from an individual. If you are serious about changing the world, you must begin by changing yourself. And that's how you see it. It is for that reason that Mahatma Gandhi said, and I quote, "Be the change you want to see," close quote. We elected, therefore, to use what we have at our disposal to make a humble change We elected, therefore, to use what we have on our disposal to make a humble change we can in the construction sector to accommodate young people effectively to participate without fear of defeat. Today's summit must trigger along self-concern and ability in the sector to pave a new way that will see young people actively participating and incubated accordingly. We need to identify barriers, look at government legislations, if they are conducive for young people to participate and grow within the building sector or not. Are the frameworks and regulations makes it difficult? Does 30% guideline on SMMEs address the problem? How do we participate in the private development? Is it possible for us to grow through private developments? Let's engage and respond to these thoughts and questions. I wish to take this opportunity to thank our panelists and all professionals who said they will do all they can to improve the lives of a black child in the construction sector. This event must go down in history as a beginning of greater things to come for the young people of this country. Amongst you, we want to see big construction companies who will play in the national arena. We want to see a generation of new and innovative thinkers who will take the construction sector into a new height. We pride ourselves for having initiated this journey. We are cognizant of the fact that this is just a beginning. With those words, I would like to welcome you all and wish you a fruitful summit as we all envy to make a construction sector a welcoming to young people and free it from the construction mafias who are hell-bent to destroy it. Ladies and gentlemen, young people of Johannesburg, young people of this country, let's build South Africa together as I welcome you. Thank you very much.
May I request that I love this thing called repeat. This round of applause is lacking a bit of oomph. Some oomph. Come on, guys, we are young. We know what are we here for. Umfnyana nje. Yes, that's my sister. Ungabanaki laba abanye. I feel you. MMC, thank you very, very much. What I take from what you have said is that you've come to a point of realizing that young people can no longer only provide labor in the construction sector. Am I correct, guys? We can not only provide labor. We are not saying labor is bad, but we are saying we want to participate, and we are saying you today want to open the doors for them. So thank you very much, MMC, for creating such a platform which I strongly believe will be hosted on an annual basis. Asimphoqeni MMC akube into yenyanga zonke le noma nyaka wonke, because it's going to help us. Okay, guys, let us move on. I hope to my colleagues I'm catching up with time. The next speakers will give us just a sneak preview of opportunities that are available within the Human Settlements Department in the city of Johannesburg, but they will co-share the platform with JOSHCO, which is an entity under the city. Johannesburg Social Housing Corporation. You see, my memory is still even fresh. So may I kindly request that we attentively give and pay attention to our colleagues, because they'll be sharing information critical for us to walk away. CTC figela satola something. We can't just come and walk away empty-handed. We must come, gather as much as we can, align and position ourselves. So as I request Miss Lungile Mchali to come and address us immediately after her, she'll be joined by the acting CEO of JOSHCO, Babusilo Mtutwana. Miss Lungile Mchali is the acting director of Human Settlements. So they will be sharing the platform together. But if they tend to not talk about opportunities, I'll stand up and say, whoa, sizela mathuba la. So they must tell us the opportunities. Guys, we can't only participate ebumnandini kuphela. This is what we need to enjoy. So can we give them a round of applause as Ms. Lungile comes in front?
Sanmanan, Dumelang, morning. I think it's Hoya More. Patislalo, I think we'll tweak it a bit. I will ask the acting CEO to come first, because we're trying to make it a duet, because these opportunities are both within housing, human settlements, pardon me, as well as JOSHCO. So Mr. Mtutwana will take us through in terms of what is JOSHCO, basically for us to understand what JOSHCO is all about. I know most of us understand JOSHCO when it comes to evictions. Askis MMC. When it comes to evictions and rental, but JOSHCO is doing far beyond those initial aspects that we understand them to do. So he'll just take us through in terms of what JOSHCO does as a mandate, in terms of creating opportunities within the sector, and then we'll take you through in terms of the entire presentation, basically what human settlement has and possible adventures that you want to pursue in the future in dealing with the issue of youth participation in the construction environment. Mr. Mtutwana.
Sanmanan, good morning. MMC, to the chair of the portfolio committee, to the councillors that are here, to colleagues, member of the community, our partners, which is the youth today, good morning. Mine is a short one. I thought it's important that we should introduce ourselves from JOSHCO to the youth. I come from a school where I was taught that if I don't read, if I don't empower myself with knowledge, I might not be able to make certain decisions. So I thought, let me use this opportunity, share with the colleagues, or rather introduce JOSHCO to the colleagues. Let me introduce myself. I know there are those that met me somewhere. They are asking themselves, well, what happened to this man? My name is still colleagues. My name is Mtutwana. I'm currently the acting CEO for JOSHCO. What do we do at JOSHCO, or what is JOSHCO? JOSHCO, in short, is the Johannesburg Social Housing Company.
Colleagues, sorry to disturb you, sir. Please, can we just stand up as we welcome the mayor with a round of applause?
Thank you, thank you. Let's welcome the EM of the city of Johannesburg. As I was still introducing the Joshko to yourself, MMC will come back and introduce the EM formally. Colleagues, we draw our mandate from a piece of legislation that we call the Housing Act. If you look at section 34G, it speaks to the introduction of programs. One of the programs where we draw the mandate is called the institutional subsidy. As Joshko, we are funded through that particular program. That is number one. But number two, what do we do in Joshko? Two things. We do what we call property development. We also do what we call property management. Now I spoke to, when I'm talking to the youth, I want to believe this is the kind of information that they will require going forward. What we do in terms of property development, we basically build new units with a view to allocate them at the end of the day. And we are funded through the institutional subsidy, as I've indicated. Number two, what do we do in terms of property management? In short, we maintain our building. That is in short. Now, the maintenance is a process, colleagues will know. It touches a number of components. And I think these are some of those opportunities that we'll be talking to. So I thought I should take this opportunity just to clarify our role as Joshko and also introduce ourselves properly to ourselves. So let me hand over to Mrs. Mjali so that she take us through the presentation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Okay. So the next part now, I'll take you through what we have prepared as the soon-to-be Human Settlements Department, Housing Department. As we all understand, the trends in the construction industry have shown us that construction becomes the key drivers in terms of your socio-economic development when it comes to your GDP. With the country going on lockdown, we've seen those numbers going very down, where in 2020 you saw the lowest contributors in terms of construction industry. However, with all those challenges, one of, I think, the most promising things when it comes to construction is the fact that government becomes the biggest spender, the biggest contributor in terms of your infrastructure and construction development. So it kind of gives us an edge to actually initiate discussions when it comes to how can we do things differently from what we're currently doing. The slump that we've seen with COVID, I think most of us have seen things shut down. Your private companies were unable to operate. We had minimal operation which was happening in government as a sector, but all those disruptions, it's a pity you can't see the graph I'm looking at. They have actually given us an 80% decrease in terms of the expenditure in the sector. And 80% is the big margin for the GDP of the country to actually experience, especially in the times that we're dealing with. So with the country open in 2021, we have greater hope that in your medium and long term, we will see the increase in terms of construction and the expenditure going up to the, the levels that we've seen around 2019. And it comes without saying, when you look at your demographics, the unemployment rate is quite high. We've got 29.4% rate of unemployment, which is way higher than from the 27% that we had before. Unemployed. and that's quite a big number. It's way over 60% to actually have quite a vibrant society, having the majority of its youth unemployed. Now, going to the part that it's quite key in terms of this presentation. Now, what are the opportunities that housing, Joshko, have presented in terms of economic opportunities for the youth, for people who are interested in the construction industry? I must indicate that the KPA, your key performance area of economic sustainability, is in the scorecard of both the Executive Director of Housing as well as certain directors who are implementing the development of housing and property development. So what does that mean? Once you put it in the scorecard, it has 90% of being implemented, if not 100%. That means it gets proper focus that it requires to get. So with regards to the EPWP jobs that we had targeted for the financial year, the department targeted 400 EPWP jobs. I must indicate EPWP ranges from a variety of activities within the construction sector. And you also have an item of SMMEs supported through the housing projects that we have. So housing is not only about building units and providing to the poor. Yes, that's the biggest aspect of our mandate. And I think Mr. Mtutwana touched on the financial aspect, which actually enables us to tip into the empowerment aspect when it comes to our development. We have implemented most of these programs through Joshcom, who is our implementing agent. And also, there's another project that we have where we place students within our mega projects. Calgro and TriStar, Calgro is here, they will attest to that, is one of our key partners who have taken most of our students who do artisan or any other skills that are in the construction industry. They incubate them and they make sure once they are completed, they have their certificate of trade and they've gotten the supervision that is required for someone to trade. I think everyone understands when it comes to these days, when you're looking for a plumber, it's very expensive. You have a call-out fee of $450 depending on the area. Your electrician are very sought after because of the challenges that we have. So it's not only important for us to have youth, I think Chairperson of MMC indicated, youth that becomes, labor force, but also youth that can be able to manage themselves, be entrepreneurs, be able to work for themselves, because we see that the creation of jobs is not going at the speed in which we'd like it to go. Now, taking you through the progress on all those opportunities that I've spoken about, to date, we have recorded a total of 1,111 jobs that have been created through the SMMEs that we have worked with in our projects that have been employed through Joshcom. We have employed over 530 jobs, which we're actually realizing by the end of the financial year. Remember, the target was 400, and I think the expectation was that we might not have a lot of youth interested in participating in our EPWP program. However, because of the demand, we've gone over and above the 400 target. We're now at 530 job opportunities. With SMMEs, we're looking at 23, like I indicated, the jobs that we've placed. And the minimum training and placement, it's between your 200 and 400, majority being the youth. So the 400 maximum that you've done in the allocation is actually those that are within the youth. So you can see that there is that appetite that we see coming up in the market from the youth. It's no longer the elderly who actually, not elderly, the older people who actually interested in the construction industry. Now, the possible avenues that the department is looking into venturing into the future is creating a database. Now, if you are the youth that is interested in construction in whatever form, there will be a call out for all youth who are interested in the construction industry to actually register themselves within the database. The database will assist us in not only understanding the demand from the youth in participation in the sector, but it will also assist us in unlocking the training elements that we require to unlock within the contract that we have with the different developers. We'll also increase the training for youth in the construction sector through the incubation projects, through our developers, not to scare them. Those contracts negotiations will be done properly. But we want to do an addendum into the existing contracts, because all you know, we've got your Flareoff, South Hill, and so forth as projects. We want to make sure that we increase the participation of youth through training, through incubation, so that they get the required skill that the proper way of working. The extension of the contract has implication for both the client as well as the developer. But we'll make sure that those adjustment addendums will work for the contractor, as well as will create and unlock additional opportunities from the ones that I've just outlined above. And with those few words, I think my 15 minutes is up. Thank you.
Somewhere. Okay. I nearly thought I was in the wrong place. Thank you very much for that presentation. I hope we are making the relevant notes so that when it comes to time for discussions, we can actually then drill down to all the thematics that will require us to do so. Could you please kindly allow me, before we proceed with the program, that I acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Executive Mayor. We thank you, Mama, for gracing us with your presence as young people. And this is a reflection that you support the advancement of young people. Equally so, I wish to acknowledge the Honorable Member of the Gauteng Legislature, who is also the chairperson of the Oversight Committee over the Premier and the Speaker and the Provincial Chairperson, Honorable Malandela. Sithokoza kakhulu. Siyabonga ukuthi ube khona. I also wish to acknowledge the Chairperson of Joshko. Yazi ngikhohle igama kodwa lino-G phakathi. Chairperson uG Bukanye, if I've got it correct. Chairperson waka Joshko, which is the entity that is part of this program. I also wish to acknowledge the ED, not acting, is now the ED. The ED, Ubabu Patrick Bofi. Thank you for gracing us with the presence. And I also wish to acknowledge Councillor Udalsi. Councillor. She's also here. Hey, how are you? Nice to see you. It's been a long time. Thank you very much. There's this song that all of us as young people, I think we dance to it, ne? And I don't know whether I'll get the lyrics right, but it says, Ngongongongongo, sivulele, ningasvaleli ngaphandle, nathi sifuna ukuphila so fly. I think that song has got so much meaning, guys, eh? It's got so much meaning. So Idia was just trying to say, ningasvaleli ngaphandle. No, guys, let's proceed. We also have people that have graced us with their presence from various youth formations. I think ngizocela ukuthi samukele chairman we South African Youth Economic Council, the Youth Economic Council, the council. emphasis is on the youth. Economic Council, uBhuti uBongani Makhanya, I think is also going to give us a sneak preview or an overview of how young people can participate in the overall economy, linking and taking piggyback from the fact that this is construction based, but construction forms part of the 5 key industries in the country of South Africa, where if you are part of those industries, you can never go wrong. So may I request that we give them a round of applause. Just a bit of juice, so that we are here. Thank you very much, Budwam.
Kancane sekusele kancane kancane sizophumelela hayi sekusele kancane sekusele kancane kancane sizophumelela hayi sekusele kancane wena mfundi sekusele kancane kancane sizophumelela wena Joshko sekusele kancane kancane sizophumelela hayi sekusele kancane sekusele kancane kancane sizophumelela hayi sekusele kancane bandla. Thanks colleagues, umphathi wohlelo ngiqale ngokubonga to the city of Johannesburg, Joshko, for the kind invite for us to come and participate as a South African Youth Economic Council. All protocol observed. I would like to greet the executive mayor of the city of Johannesburg, the MMC of housing, Ubaba Mabaso, executives of companies, executives of Joshko, the board of Joshko, young people of the city of Johannesburg, and the thousands of young South Africans that are watching virtually. As Umkhandlu would like to say thank you for giving us an ear today, and thank you for being part of this important occasion. So I'd like to start by firstly just giving a brief outline of who we are. So as Umkhandlu, we firmly believe in the integration and the participation of young people in the strategic sectors of the economy. We believe that young people are capable and have shown that they are ready to take responsibilities to owning the strategic means of production, owning the mines, owning the banks, and as it relates for today's conversation or program, participating meaningfully in the construction sector. MMC, I'll caution you on something. Last week we were with Minister Mbalula at our dinner, where a young person stood up and they said that ungayisukeli inyoka or imambi ihlalele. So you've invited young people to participate in the construction sector meaningfully. And I can tell you now, young people are yearning for opportunities and they're yearning to get involved. And that which you are asking for, you will get, because I can assure you now that all these young people that are here, that are watching, will be lined up at your office, lined up at Joshko, seeking those opportunities. So we hope that you will continue to support those young people and also to fulfill on that request that you and that you have made to young people today. So we appreciate the efforts made by Joshko, by the city of Johannesburg, to be deliberate about creating platforms to engage young people on, strategic sectors such as the construction. How can they participate? And we encourage many other entities. We encourage many other cities, Ombanya Masipala, to take this initiative and to also find some sort of wisdom from it and also do something similar. So we want to also praise and welcome, Ijoshko for having entrusted young people with responsibility in strategic positions of leadership. Joshko is one of the few entities in the States, whether it be at a local level or provincial level or national level, that has young people in strategic sectors. We have a very young and vibrant, dynamic, educated COO, 2 master's degrees from Wits University, who's leading the entity very well. That is what we want for not only other entities, but that's what we want for South Africa. To trust young people with strategic positions of leadership. And we find, even in the city, MMC Mabaso, very young, vibrant and energetic MMC, trust young people with strategic positions of political power, trust young people with positions and strategic positions of executive power, and we'll start to see the progress and the strides that we've seen implemented within Joshko, credible entity, running young programs that are supporting young people. So it doesn't just end there, appointing them into strategic positions. Now we must be deliberate in how we empower young people. Not only do we want to come and sit and listen to the MMC and the mayor and all these executives will come and speak today, but we want to participate in the building of the reses that you guys build. We must be deliberate and we must be intentional on the programs that CEO has a budget of 500 million at Joshko. So I heard them speak about it, PWP, they spoke about training. Joshko has a budget of 500 million. Of that 500 million, we want to know how much of that 500 million is being spent on young people. How much of that 500 million is spent on young businesses? And we are saying to the CEO, to the COO, to the mayor, to the MMC, of that 500 million, we don't want 30% subcontract of some repair and maintenance here in Brixton. We want to build the res, we want to build the roads, we want to build the infrastructure in the city of Johannesburg. Be deliberate and intentful about supporting youth-owned businesses, because at the end of the day, you are the state. Skills development in this country and enterprise development in this country must be led by the state. When you trust a youth-owned SMME with a project, with a huge project, you are developing that company. And if we don't have the experience, because you are saying we don't have grade 6 or whatever criteria that you have, we will go find a company, they are sitting here, they have experience. We'll enter into a JV with them. There's something called the JV. We'll JV with that company because we don't have experience, but he has experience. And the criteria to award that tender or that project must be that you must partner with a youth-owned entity that you will develop, so that one day they don't have to enter into a JV with these old companies, but they can bid for themselves and they can take these contracts on by themselves. So we are dealing with the empowerment question, but also dealing with the experience, and because you're going to say, no, but we're going to trust young people, then this res will fall because they don't have experience. So work with the established entities to create that enterprise development bridge that we are all calling for. And we must caution those who will want to characterize young people and young black people as tenderpreneurs, and will want to say that young people in the city of Johannesburg are lazy and all they want is handouts from government. And you will hear this rhetoric from regressive old white men who want to sideline us from the real issues that young people are facing. When you give WPHO a tender to go build 5 reses, you don't say that WPHO is a tenderpreneur because it's a white-owned company that has been operating for the past X amount of years. But when a young black person wants an opportunity to build that res, or even is asking for 30% to put a tap here somewhere, you come and tell us that we are tenderpreneurs. Yet the real tenderpreneurs, you are afraid to confront them head on. So Young people must be deliberate and must be intentful about wanting to work with the state. They must be intentful about wanting opportunities with the state. They must be intentful about receiving those opportunities from the state, whether it be a DA government, whether it be an IFP government, whether it be an ANC government. We must work with the state, and we're going to do business with the state, and we're going to benefit from the state. Lastly, MMC and colleagues. It's nice that we're all here today, but we want timelines and we want a report back. I'm sure you have a database of suppliers. We're SIAC, we are dedicating our resources. We'll sit with you. We'll go through how many of your suppliers are youth-owned. And you'll say it's 5 or 3. And then we'll assess from at this point next year in Youth Month to say, we held a summit. At that summit, there were 3 youth-owned entities that were supplying tissue, whatever, small things that you are giving young people. As a result of that summit that sat and the work that we've been doing with young people, not just SIAC, we now have 20 youth-owned businesses that are now part of our supply chain, part of our suppliers that are doing business with Joshko. So we want timelines. We want a report back on the progress that you've made to support young people. And we also want to know, how much are you spending on young people now? You'll tell us that it's a small amount. By next year, we must see that amount having increased to a sustainable amount that is at the level at which we are saying it needs to be. Because you are saying right now it's not enough. Timelines and report backs are going to be important. The South African Youth Economic Council has an SMME desk led by our Vice President and Head of Business. He has dedicated his time and resources to allow young people to approach us with their businesses, and we will take those businesses to Joshko. Any young person who wants to do business with the city of Johannesburg must come to the mayor, to the MMC, and give them their business plans and what they want to do. As SIAC, we will support them with if they don't have funding, we'll find them funding. We have an MOU with the IDC and other funding institutions. What they don't have, we'll give them. Lastly, again, I would just like to say thank you to MMC, Mayor, colleagues. My council for the longest time has been accused of being an ANC sympathizer or because we're working with ANC politicians. But in our two last programs, with the mayor of Cape Town, Gordon Hill is a DA person. Now we are also again with the mayor of Johannesburg, who's a DA, MMC's IFP. So I want to emphasize, you can see we're a truly non-partisan party or council that is supporting all political parties in South Africa. And Mayor, we will support your tenure as mayor of the city of Johannesburg. When white racists come for you like they've been trying, we'll be the first ones to defend you, because you are the ones supporting young people, employing them, giving them business. But we can't support you if there's nothing to show for. But so far we are happy. So it means we will come and defend you. And MMC as well, when you are available for certain strategic positions in IFP, we'll say, we know him, he's supported young people. So on that note, colleagues, Amandla, thank you so much.
Business cannot exist without politics. Politics cannot exist without business. When we shanganise kamnandi. No, thank you very much to the chairperson of the South African Youth Economic Council. I'm trying to press for time, guys, so that we catch up with the scheduled time. So I think our next speaker will be allowing us, before the mayor addresses us, would just share a glimpse of where he comes from being an SMME to being someone who's now become a well-established business. So ngizocela ukuthi the director of a company called Pro Power Group, Mr. Marcel Mukwebu. There's a B. There's a B, am I correct? But I mean, I'm going to pronounce V. So may I kindly request him to come and address us to share, because these are the success stories that we as young people want to hear about, of people who have come from nowhere to somewhere. And I really echo the sentiments that have been shared by the chairman that akwenzeke kubonakale manje singabe sisakhuluma yabona nje MMC qalileke wenza into esiyibonayo yabona. So things must happen so that we can see them. So my brothers, they give you a round of applause. Usho phela nalawa avulelwa khona iminyango kwakukuphi. Don't say I used to earn 5 million. Tana, I went to this guy and this is what he did for me. And we must search whether this guy is here or not so that we can engage. No, please give him a round of applause, guys, as he comes in front and addresses us.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Program Director. Thank you again for opening with prayer. The presence of the Holy Spirit eased our nerves. Thank you very much. I must say this before I start. When I received a call from the program coordinators, I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday, and then when she said I was identified as one of the successful contractor, I was shaking, and then what I said to her is, I'm not a politician nor a public speaker. I'm a contractor. So I wish you could be giving me a site to say go and deliver a project. But now I have to come and stand in front of everyone. But I accepted it. Thank you very much. Executive Mayor of the City of Joburg, Councillor Mpo Palazzi, member of the Mayoral Committee present, in particular Mlungisi Mabaso for Human Settlement and Housing Development, Councillor Rikine, officials from the municipality and entities of the municipality, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. I'm here to talk about where I come from as a contractor to where I am today. My name is Marcel Mukwebu, as introduced by the program director. I am the founder and director of Pro Power Group. Pro Power Group is the contractor and the developer, both residential and commercial developments, with CIDB grading level 8 CE and 7 GB. And we are currently upgrading to 8 GB. So we are available to partner with the youth. We are currently working on a commercial development project within the city of Joburg in Rodiport called Marcel Walk Village Shopping Center. And according to CIDB scoring, we have the skill and capability to work on projects of values of up to 200 million for civil engineering projects and 60 million for general building projects, because we are 7, but we are currently upgrading to 8 GB. Kindly allow me to take this opportunity and join thousands of individuals in our country to convey my condolences to the family of the children that were robbed of their future and dreams in the Eastern Cape, following the tragedy that took place over the weekend. Regardless of their circumstances surrounding their passing, I choose to believe that amongst those kids, there were future business leaders like myself and future leaders of government like yourself, Executive Mayor and MMC Mlungisi. May their soul rest in peace. And may that incident also be a lesson to everyone, the parents, the police, owners of businesses such as that where the incident took place, Lastly, our youth. Thank you for affording me the honor to speak to you today. Like every aspiring and successful business people, I too have started somewhere with little. ProPower Group was founded and registered in 2009. The first opportunity we were given was through a subcontract work from T-Squared Holding, a black-owned women company. Our job then was to refurbish and renovate for Edcon Retail Group across South Africa. In 2010, I made sure I have got all the required documents to be registered as a vendor in the government supply chain. This decision was motivated by the belief that there were more opportunities in the public sector. And our first project with government was with the Department of Health in 2011. It was a 1 GB project, meaning project value was less than 200,000. Regardless of the value of the project, we made sure we carry out the task to the best of our abilities, as well as to deliver it on time to prove the client that we are capable of delivering. It often is difficult to new businesses to be entrusted with a project regardless of its value. So when you are afforded the opportunity to do some work, you must ensure that you over-deliver. It has taken a lot of dedication, patience, and in some instances, mistakes to get to where I am today. If you aspire to be a business person, here are some things to consider. This is to the young people who've got the zeal to enter into the construction industry and any other businesses. Ensure that you are compliant according to the requirements of the industry you want to trade or be active in. This is before you can even start to seek opportunities or to be registered on the client database or panel of service providers. Secondly, identify those that you want to render services to, public or private sector. Get to know them and what they require for service providers to be on their database or panel of service providers. Allow yourself to start small and set achievable goals for your company. Be goal-driven and always revisit your dreams. Grab every opportunity given or available to you that will grow your company a step forward. Nothing is beneath you or defines the kind of person you are. So today you are given an opportunity, so grab it and run with both hands. In the opportunity given, make sure you set targets to deliver what is expected from you. Do it with patience, no matter how small it may be. When you reach a stage to upgrade to a higher level, do that right away. That alone is a motivation to say you are doing well and growing very well. Make sure that when the time to do your annual renewals for BEE, CIDB, NHBRC, and financial statements, do them no matter how small you feel your company is. That will give you direction of how your company is doing. Remember, the goal is to grow and be like ProPower or Moteo Group. As a business person, one of the important things is to make sure that you keep your credit profile healthy. So those clothing accounts and credit cards, you don't need them. One credit card with a very low credit limit is enough to ensure that you have a credit record. This helps you in instances where you will need to apply for credit with suppliers. This is because when you get a new project, you are not going to invoice first or get money beforehand. You will be expected to do all the required contractual obligations and establish the site, for instance. And only then, that's when the client will entertain your invoice. Growth and success are possible and not beyond reach. All you have to do is run your business like a multi-million empire you want it to be. In the years that ProPower has been rendering construction services with the city and its entities, we are proud to say we have empowered more than 20 local community subcontractors and SMMEs, creating more than 200 jobs. I wish to say that the only possible way to fill the vacuum of unemployment in our country is through small and medium businesses. And with that being said, I plead with the city to give opportunities to the emerging contractors and young people. I wish to share with you one of the many great experiences I have had with Joshko, one of the clients that we service within the city of Joburg. In this particular instance, in 2017, there is a project I was contracted to work on. The project was well planned with all the professional teams in place, including social facilitators. Engaging with local SMMEs was very good, and the goal was to deliver the project. As business people, whether big or small, we want to explore and take advantage of all available opportunities to fast-track our growth. What we did was that we came up with an idea to say the SMMEs we were working with must form a consortium and have one name and consolidate all their trades, then have one big appointment. Everyone would come together and pool their skills and expertise, and at the end of the project, they will be able to upgrade their grading level to a higher grade, maybe to 5 or 6, or possibly higher. Opportunities that are up to grade 5 or even higher. That is what we did with the Cliptown SMMEs, and today as we speak, they are CIDB grading level 5. This has placed their business on a higher level, and I believe they are seeking opportunities within the city to be on their panel of contractors as main contractor, not SMMEs or subcontractors. I wish to also say that our relationship as ProPower Group with Joshko started when we were still an emerging contractor. At the time, we were rendering our construction services to Joshko with a level 5 GB, and today we are level 8. There is definitely a good story to tell. We have also done a few other projects successfully with the municipalities, housing department, Joshko, Gauteng infrastructure development, education department, both building and civil projects. We are currently completing an alternative building technology using storage containers, and would be handing over that project soon back to Joshko. It is to entities like Joshko, City of Joburg, and others that I attribute our success to, and may ProPower Group be one. May ProPower Group be one the many companies to be afforded opportunities by Joshko and COJ. I am grateful for the opportunities they have given us to date, and looking forward to partnering with them in the future developments within the city as a developer. As I close, I would like to leave you with one of my favorite quotes by the former President Nelson Mandela, which says, "May your choices reflect your hope, not your fears. It is possible, young lions." And then I've seen that you've got so much energy. Thank you very much.
Before Power takes a seat, he did a very good marketing strategy, very diplomatic. I hope we continue. We were partnering with Joshua in the seat. There's only one condition to that. About 3 and about 4, they must partner with you. So that's the condition of continuation. Obviously, through your hands, CEO. I was just taking your shoes for the moment. You know, I know, President, you Chairman, you were reflecting of the fact that Joshua has placed youth in strategic positions, which is absolutely true, colleagues, because we're in the presence of the acting COO, Utemba Matibe. We youth, you can see, it's fresh youth. So that is true. We must remember, young people, power is not given, it's taken. Let me repeat. Power is not given, it's taken. Do not read it out of context. We must stop being placed where we need to fight for other people. But when there are opportunities like these ones where we can practically grab pro power, we must use that. So we are about to be addressed by our executive mayor. But before that, colleagues, my fellow brothers and sisters, we know that we utilize our social media platforms. And I'm hoping that as we sit here today in this summit, we are utilizing our social media platforms judiciously. So please go into, I was once told that Twitter is South Africa. Then Facebook is a community. I don't know whether that's correct, but apparently Twitter is South Africa, and then Facebook is just this community there. And they even made an illustration, Twitter is DSTV Premium, and Facebook is somewhere go SABC something. So I don't know, but can we go onto our Twitter platforms and just type in hashtag Youth in Construction Summit, hashtag Youth Month 2020. Those are the platforms in which some of the activities that are taking place today are being streamed live. Mr. Koba used another word where they use, you said tag. Oh yes, they said tag at COJ Housing and tag at MyJoshko. So these are the platforms that are there that are showcasing on our social media platforms what is taking place today. I'm sure, guys, you also can tell a friend who is a friend who is a friend of a friend that it's happening. Namhla senza umlando. Now, not next year, now. So may I, in honor and appreciating the fact that when I pass on, in my obituary, he introduced the MMC for housing in the city of Johannesburg, not municipality, city. And also introduced the executive mayor. Those are serious accolades. May I have the privilege to introduce the executive mayor? Yes, I was about to say that in case I collapse. I was not going to say councillor, I was going to say Dr. Councillor Mpopalas. In case I fall out of the nerves, may we all stand up and give her a round of applause. Thank you for gracing us, Mama. And thank you for being with us today. We truly appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Program Director. our MMC for Human Settlements, Councillor Mlungisi Mabaso, our youngest MMC in the city of Johannesburg currently, who still falls within the youth bracket. The Section 79 chairperson for Human Settlements, Councillor Alex Christians. I hear the ward councillor was around, Councillor Ricky Kashaw Nair. I hear he's running around sorting out ESCOM challenges. We all know about it, so he's excused. All our honorable guests, our honorable member of provincial legislature, thank you so much for gracing us with your presence. Other councillors here present, Councillor Zak, I see you. Thank you for joining us. I am told National Treasury is here as well. We really appreciate your presence. I'm told Shra is here and various other formations. We're really honored to have you support the first City of Johannesburg Youth in Construction Summit, courtesy of our youth MMC and her youthful office that always delivers such beautiful events and such beautiful work. Thank you very much and congratulations to all of you. I'd also really like to recognize our ED for housing, Tate Poppy. I'd like to recognize our chairperson for Joshko. So wonderful to see you here. City officials who are here, members of the media, esteemed guests. It is still Youth Month, and I'm very grateful that in the month of youth, celebrating young people and what they're capable of, that we were able to deliver this groundbreaking summit, the Youth in Construction Summit. Over the last month, I've had an opportunity to engage with young people, and the prevailing message is that the youth want to be seen, they want to be heard, and they want to be afforded the space and the opportunity to excel. This idea that young people are lazy and simply looking for handouts must be rejected. I'm proud to stand here today as the #1 citizen of the city and pronounce to you that in my office, I've got 61% young people employed in the office of the executive mayor. This should say to you that the city of Johannesburg believes in young people. We don't believe that young people should be consulted once a quarter or once a year in some ceremonious event. We believe that young people need to be part of decision making on a day-to-day basis, because that's the only way we're going to see youth representation across the board in the city on an ongoing basis. Evidence, there is today's Young Youth in Construction Summit hosted by the MMC for Human Settlements is also evidence of our seriousness about the development of young people in the city right now. Now, the change from the Department of Housing to the Department of Human Settlements is to align with the programs of the national and provincial spheres of government, but it's also an expression that housing is not just about the four walls and the roofs that we provide, but that housing must exist with the provision of other services such as water, such as electricity, sanitation, but it must also be linked to other social and economic amenities such as transport, access to jobs and various other opportunities, libraries, parks, and of course, it must also be safe and secure. In short, we're building communities and we're not just building houses. This means that housing must be linked to other departments for other codependencies, and the MMC is really working very hard to strengthen those linkages to ensure that we have the support from the rest of the city and not just from the now Department of Human Settlements. We're working to reimagine housing and communities in Johannesburg, and it's expressed through our mayoral priority #4, which is that of an inclusive city. Building an inclusive city where every corner of Joburg is a place where residents have all the amenities that they need to live a quality life, but not only that, also to access job opportunities, not just housing opportunities. MMC Mabaso, one of the charges that I gave to you was to start looking at housing differently. We all know about the housing backlog that we've inherited in the city of Johannesburg, where we have currently 480,000 people waiting for free housing from the city of Johannesburg. And we all know that the city does not have sufficient funds to provide these houses all at the same time, and that it would take very many years at the rate that we're going if something does not give for us to be able to meet that. So this requires of us to start being creative and start looking at creative ways we can start to address this backlog. We need to be able to look at different models and even the materials we use to build housing structures. I had my one-on-one with MMC and both the Human Settlements Department and Joshko to discuss the next financial year. As you know, we've just approved the new budget that's going to kick in on the 1st of July. And we discussed the program of action, and we discussed housing needs in the city in general. And we all agreed that we have a crisis on our hands. We have a demand that is huge, and the supply is not able to meet that demand. And I asked MMC, and I said, MMC, why are we so married to brick and mortar? I was sitting next to the MMC for finance, MMC Julie Sadabi. Now, MMC Julie Sadabi was the daughter of a geologist. And as we know, people in that sector travel a lot. So she's lived in all parts of the world. And she said to us, actually, in Australia, I lived in a modular house. Now, you know, Australians, actually, when you move with your house. And you go and plug it in your next destination, and you've got a home. And I said, MMC, what did your house look like? She said it was a 3-bedroom house, big kitchen, big lounge, big dining. It was a decent home. We did not feel like there was anything different about the home. And if you can study different parts of the world, you'll notice that actually there is room for building safe, affordable, and even quicker to construct type of properties. But what I was told by the Human Settlements and Department in Joshua is that adoption is very poor, and that where such ideas have been piloted in our context, people would even laugh at those types of houses, and they would say, what is this? So our behavioral scientists also need to come on board and assist us with this, a change of culture from what we are used to, and looking at what is possible with the resources that we have available, given the huge demand and our need and our willingness really as government to meet that demand. So my hope is that after the summit, we will have some great ideas from all the young people in this space on how we can begin to do things differently so that we're able to do more with the few resources that we have. And I trust young people to break the mold, because that's what young people are known for. They don't care how things have always been done. They're ever so ready to try out new things. And I hope that you will challenge us in this space and help us to achieve what we're hoping to achieve. So as the Joburg multi-party government, we don't just want to deliver as we've been doing over the years, but we want to deliver differently, and we want to deliver better. And with your help, we believe that that will be possible. Delivering differently also means having innovative and critical thinkers around the table and in communities, which is where the value of the summit really comes in. There are few that understand housing challenges and opportunities in Joburg, like our MMC for Housing or for Human Settlements, MMC Councillor Mabaso, who himself lived at the Dube Hostel in Soweto for 10 years. There's nothing like meeting a need that you yourself have experienced. You understand the needs of the people on the ground. You understand how to deliver for them exactly in accordance with their needs. At 32 years old, he also understands the need to empower young people. And the value that young people bring when they are afforded the space and the opportunity to contribute. Yes, MMC, it was necessary because they may not believe that you are really a young person. But this is really to demonstrate that the Joburg multi-party government is that serious about seeing the inclusion of young people in the mainstream economy, but also in key decision making. And such a huge portfolio like the housing portfolio has been entrusted to a very capable young man, and he never disappoints. his leadership, the city currently delivers approximately 2,500 housing units per annum. But the MMC has set an even more ambitious target for the multi-party government of double that number, 5,000 units per annum. This is in addition to issuing 3,000 title deeds, giving access to housing vouchers for qualifying residents who choose to self-build and benefit their local economy, building 1,876 site and service stands, a program that's been given a boost of 1.7 billion rands over the next 3 years. This is in addition to the 1.9 billion rands operating budget for the department, which will go towards adequate human settlements projects from the 1st of July 2022, when the new budget takes effect. In the coming financial years, we'll also build 2,500 low rent and rent to buy units in mixed income developments and 895 social housing units. We're making progress in addressing the city's spatial apartheid by bringing housing and housing opportunities closer to economic opportunities. This is our vision and our program of action for human settlement projects in the city of Johannesburg. And of course, as we repair and rebuild our city so it can truly become the city of golden opportunities, we need you, our young people in construction, to work with us. We're not only building for today, but we're building for generations who will also call Johannesburg their home. Young people, I want you to know that we believe in you, we trust you. And I have heard you when you said you demand, with timelines, a commitment that a significant proportion of the work will be allocated to young people. But I was also very excited to hear from somebody who's already contracted with the city, who is saying we are ready to partner. And MMC tells me that you have already partnered with young people and that you delivered so excellently that you were upgraded after delivering with young people. And that is testament that there is victory when we give young people a chance and that everybody wins. All the best for the summit. Looking forward to hearing all your inputs and looking forward to seeing them find expression in our plans and our budgets going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Those words were just so encouraging and motivating. Guys, I think because we've been addressed by the mayor, I think we need time to digest the situation right now so that we prepare ourselves. We are coming back now for another session that we are going to be having, which is a discussion. Please, guys, I truly urge you guys to raise your voice, to also give suggestions, not just an element of saying, but why do you do this? But we also drive home suggestions as to how can we also improve the situation in which we can participate. So this session has come to an end, but the summit has not come to an end. We're still continuing. It's just that I'm taking a break, 5 minutes, and allowing someone to take over for the panel discussion. Guys, it's going to be just, in fact, a 15-minute break according to the program. Then we will start the proceedings for the next session. Can we keep time, guys, because we're a bit off our schedule as described in the program. So can we just ensure that we keep time and make sure that we are here back in our seats on time, so that when the time for the panelists to come in, we are not saying, Wozan Pelasen Shonepi. Yeah, so with that said, colleagues, may I just through you allow our guest Etuguti Siwakulule sibasukumele sishaye izandla sibonge ukuthi babe khona ba share le information abayishare nathi. Thank you very much. And yes, sicela bashaye izithombe. Sicela bashaye izithombe bezoshutha. Bengaze besiphikise kwaZulu Natal ukuthi asime nomeya. Funa nje esoshaya isithombe sibe nobufakazi. Awusangifaki mina. Now I can tell my mama I made it. Okay, guys, 5 minutes, 5 minutes. See Lule, 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Two. 1, 2. 1, 2.
Was it only two roving mics?
Oh yeah, you said two here.
Yes, yes. Okay. Eyakho le undima uzosebenzisa. And then Lerato, when you will introduce the speakers. Yeah. And then you will call them. Divide the program director will call everyone and introduce you.
Good morning, colleagues. Can you ask that everyone gathers back to their seats? We are about to start with the second segment of the program. Those who are outside, could they kindly come take their seats? We are out of time. Thank you.
Um, guys, we are about to proceed with the next session. Can we all ensure that we've settled in? Guys, Ngapo, please come in the front. Let's all fill up the spaces in the front. There's no more COVID. There is something called monkeypox though. But it's not here. We don't have monkeypox here. Come guys, let's go and fill up the spaces so that we proceed with the next session.
Session 2 starting.
get into the private sector side of things. How do I do it? Because at the end of the day, young people, you need to be the one that makes the change that you want to see in your lives. With another yes, are we going to be the change, young people? I like that. So I just want to touch on, now speaking to Luvuyo from Treasury. Sometimes the process to ensure that you're compliant could be tedious, but it has to happen. So I'm a young person. I've registered my business, Lerato Construction, and I only have the certificate of registration. And I want to register on the database. What do I do?
Thank you, ma'am. In terms of, I need to first indicate that in terms of procurement within the public sector, government has estimated that there's a supply chain management review report that was issued by National Treasury from 2016 that indicated that government intends to procure or spend about 1.5 billion. There's a supply chain management SCM report that was issued by National Treasury that indicated that the government intends on procuring or spending rather 1.5 billion within 3 years. That was issued 2016. Within the three spheres of government, we have national government, we have provincial government, as well as the local government. With that said, when this is in line with what government intends to achieve socio-economic policy objectives within the procurement of goods and services in the public sector, particularly ensuring that the procurement of goods and services, or when all prospective service providers are given an equal opportunity to procure or contracts for goods and services. As Silo earlier on indicated, that the procurement of goods and services within the public sector is highly regulated and is done in a structured manner. Therefore, it's up to individuals within this forum to ensure that they familiarize themselves with what is required by government. Government does not procure goods and services in a haphazard manner. For example, municipalities are expected to have an integrated development plan where public is invited to form part of those initiatives that government seeks to advance. Coming to your question, National Treasury, previously the centralization or registration of prospective service providers within the database was done by each department of municipality. From 2016, 1st April 2016, prospective service providers are expected to be registered against the National Central Supplier Database, which sits within the National Treasury. So you need to ensure it's online. If you have difficulties accessing or registering, or you have difficulties accessing computers, Gauteng Provincial Treasury, there's a section called Central Supplier Database that assists members of the public with regards to the registration of their companies against the Central Supplier Database. So if you have a registered company and you want to be part of the procurement of goods and services, you need to ensure that you register with the Central Supplier Database facilitated by National Treasury. Also, there's Construction and Industry Development Board that is responsible for all construction-related goods and services. I would suggest that you as well ensure that you registered against that Central Industry Development Board. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Hans. Thank you. So young people, you heard that, right? I always say this. Stop using the little data that you have just on social media and clicking likes and commenting, I like your shoes, I like this, or the DMs that are happening. When you're a young person right now and you want to fuel your ambition, you want to grow, you want to get in any industry, being construction, being marketing, being any industry, start using the little 10 rand, 30 rand data that you have to empower yourself. This is the value chain, guys. I have a cell phone. We all have cell phones. I'm with Telkom, so I buy my airtime data from Telkom. I get onto social media. I like Kanyimbao's pictures. I like all the celebrities. There's two things that you are doing. And guess what? You are not benefiting from any of those two things. The more you like, the more numbers that celebrity or influencer has, the more brands want to work with that celebrity. Are you getting anything from any of that connection, guys? That's one. Number two, the more you buy your data, the more you make sure that every day you have data for either WhatsApp or social media. You're not getting the money. You're not empowered in any form. But Telkom, MTN is actually getting that money. So I'm going to stress this to you. When you get that little data, make sure you use it for your empowerment. Make sure you use it so that it gets you from one point to another. But not just liking for the sake of liking, because you are enriching those two people. So I want to give it to John now. The construction industry, especially within your division, what are you guys doing to make sure that you go out there, make the industry attractive to young people so that you are able to have them as the talent that's going to lead us to the future?
Thanks, Lerato. Is it still morning? No. Good afternoon. Maybe let me just start by just outlining in very brief what Social Housing Regulatory Authority, the SHRA, is and what is it that we do. We are a guardian of the social housing program. We have been in business, so to say, for at least no less than 12 years now. Silo, who runs or heads a social housing institution, SHI, is but one of the, called Joshco, but is one of the social housing institutions that we first license or we accredit so that they can carry out the development and the long-term management of these houses and the tenant management thereof. But beyond just accrediting and licensing the Joshcos of this world, we also are a regulator. So Silo and the team has to come to the SHRA on quarterly basis to report on the affairs of Joshco. That including the governance, the financial management and sustainability of the entity, the property maintenance and management affairs of the entity. And so we do this at a national scale. Social housing is a national program, mainly an urban and peri-urban area kind of a program. It's a rental housing program and purely rental. Back to your question in terms of what is it that we do as the regulator to realize inclusive growth. I think as but part of government, in fact, us as a SHRA, let me just not neglect to say that we are an entity of the National Department of Human Settlements. I think there's about 7 of us. NHBRC is one of them. NHFC, which is the Human Settlement Bank, is one of those. So SHRA is but one of those entities of government. So within the SHRA, we have a inclusive growth policy that speaks to widening up the scope and opening up this pool so that the delivery and the management of social housing stock does not only rest with the Josh course or the normal or usual suspects, but we open it up such that even new players can come in. And it's interesting because we do find that even in that effort, there is still very little involvement of SHIs, developers that are young or led by young people. So it's a challenge, and my fellow panelists, spoke to a number of challenges that confront a developer in bringing about a project on the ground. And I'm glad that the mayor and the MMC stayed behind, because I think this session should be a platform where we all pull together our minds in terms of what is it that we can do to realize this inclusive growth. Program director sang that song, Nathi sifuna ungazivaleli ngaphandle. And I think we need to heed to that message, that let us open the human settlement space wider, such that there can be more players in this space. Young people within the SHRA, we have training programs that run on an annual basis. In fact, we're just about to run the 2022 session or round of trainings, where we first and foremost outline what social housing is to an audience and say, how do you establish yourself as a social housing institution such that you can compete in the space. Land and access to buildings, Mayor, is but one of the greatest challenge. We as a SHRA, we license these emerging guys who are coming in through our door, and we sit with a list of more than 100 of those. But I can tell you out of this list that less than 40 of these institutions that are accredited own and manage stock as social housing institutions. So that is already telling of the kind of challenge. And if you do an analysis, even just in that particular group, is that you find that access to land and buildings is but one of the challenges, MMC. And within the city, I know there was an effort back in the day of the bed buildings program to try and get this and channel these buildings to the likes of your Josh course and so forth. It still is a need that I would urge that if it can receive the attention that it deserves, so that we do not just lure people into the program and then what. So yeah, I would hope that this session enables us to come out with the practical solutions, particularly for the guys that are saying we want to play a role. And let us then as government play that facilitative role, play that enabling role that we are mandated to play.
Thank you for that, John. Young people, the youth, the you in the youth. You heard what John said. Now, this is my advice to you. If you have the program with you, and I know a lot of you guys have it, remember I said use your data to a good cause? After this, you should be going to Professor Google, www.shra, who are you? How can you help me? www.nyda, who are you? How can you help me? I want to get into construction. Otiganchan, you're gonna do that, right? Definitely you have to do that. So in 2016, Building Information Modeling Institute survey shows that there is a significant lack of education in terms of digital construction and building information modeling for building projects in South Africa. 2 years ago, our president, Cyril Ramaphosa, announced his dream of an African smart city. Are we ready for smart city?
Thanks. No, we are ready. But maybe what is important, Lerato, and also to the youth, luckily I've exited those days of the youth. What is important for me, it's one, the mayor spoke of the new trajectory. And I know the emphasis has always been around the traditional way of doing things. I mean, for me, that city is the city where we come up with new vehicles. For an example, we have been relying more on your Triple P. John spoke more around the opportunities that are there with SHRA. But if we're to come up with a new vehicle, for me, I'm of the view, and it should be a sustainable human settlement vehicle. I'm of the view that investigating that model, we build it, capacitate it, we will definitely achieve the true African city. And I think for Joburg, maybe in the presence of the mayor and the MMC, we should try and define our space. And for me, defining the space, we're also proud to say we are now partnering with SHRA. They are no longer on the other side, so they are here with us. Perhaps what we might want to do going outside or as part of the action plan, for me the important part will be one, with these interventions that we have, how do we then start to consolidate as we move towards achieving this city? I mean, Veka spoke to his door is open. Young people are here. SHRA is saying their resources. I think we have an opportunity to build a model that can really assist or help us to achieve that city.
Thank you. Thank you. So I deliberately asked that question. Why? Because the traditional way of doing things will always be there. But now as young people, so Bill Gates says this in one of his quotes, I like employing or hiring lazy talent. And I've always considered myself as one of those lazy talents. So what does lazy mean? For me, lazy means I don't have to do it the old way because I have questions as why are we doing it like this? If we can find another easier, sustainable, quicker way to get a better turnaround results, I'm happy to do that. So you are confirming that I'm a lazy employee, right? So with that said, I'm going to give the mic to the audience. We have said a lot of things on this panel. Now you need to ask us questions. But as we ask these questions, let's also think of the solutions that we are going to have as we leave this session. Okay, there's a question at the back. Please raise your hand if you want to ask a question. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
No, thank you very much. I just have solutions, right? So, my first point is that we are tired of these talk shops and everything. So far, we have not seen any commitments or timelines just to say, okay, in 3 months, this is the goal. This is where we must be with young people. In the next 6 months, this is the timeline. Already, there are young people who are in the space who are working very hard to hold the government towards us, as well as the private sector, to hold them accountable as to how can young people be involved in the economy. And I think that the NYDA should also broaden its scope to say that, are they holding the city of Johannesburg accountable? Are they holding SHRA accountable? Are they holding Calgro M3 accountable? Are they asking them questions as to, in the past year, how many young people have you empowered? How many young people have you been employed? Prachotso, I think you and your team, you are doing very well. I just think from now, you must broaden your scope and go to the various sectors of the economy and hold them accountable and come back with statistics so that we know we are tracking the progress as to this is how far we have been. And also, ultimately, I want to say that the city of Johannesburg is being very dishonest and being very disingenuous, particularly the mayor who spoke previously. Because I was here, by the way, in the ITP of the city. It was in this very same venue, I think it was 2 months ago. In the ITP, nothing or very minimal was actually mentioned about young people being involved in this economy. So I'm not going to measure the officials of the city of Johannesburg based on what they are saying today. I'm going to measure them on what they have put into the ITP. And in the ITP, nothing was mentioned. Even when we brought up questions around education, they absconded that responsibility. And they said that it's the responsibility of the provincial and national government. Yet here in this very city, there are a lot of skills shortages. So they're not even making an effort to equip young people with the skills that are needed for the future and the quagmire we find ourselves in regarding the skills mismatch. Ultimately, to the MMC of housing, MMC Mabaso, thank you very much. You have shown us your commitment towards young people. This is the second program that I am seeing you at MMC of housing. I first saw you at the Sai Galatina, whereby you spoke very well and you spoke about young people. Today, you are showing us your commitment. So to you, MMC, I think we should give you a round of applause. You are doing very well. Ungapheli umoya, qhubeka usilwe as the young people.
Thank you. Thank you for that. There's a hand over here. No, okay, fine.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Hi.
I wish I was a youth. But the reason why I came in here, I think that speaker is speaking the reality. Guys, talk show doesn't work. I actually came here to try and find out whether people are misleading our own children. What is fundamental is policies are not managed properly. Let's not go anywhere. We can come with all agents, the JOCO and everything. If the human capital that is managing these agencies are not proper, you are not going to develop the youth. And let's just forget, we will come to this again, we'll repeat the same thing. I spoke to Bonga. I think sometimes as adults, we need to assist as well. Because some of these things are technical to the youth, and we must not lie to ourselves. So what we will then ask, maybe as a solution, is to group these businesses in terms of the region. We'll come through and advocate, because until this youth got somebody that advocate for them, they are not going to do anything. It doesn't matter what you are talking about as policies and everything. I mean, I started writing my articles, I think, of business in 1985. I think others were not born. While we are still battling now, we must not put our youth at a deeper end. We need to assist them. So the city, through the MMC of Human Settlement, put this youth into a data according to the regions. We will offer our service, come through and find out actually the intimacy of what is the problem about this youth, so that we must not sugarcoat interpretation, and then the private sector will tell you we've got open door policy. If you look at the statistics, go to Pretoria now. All the construction in private sector is dominated by Jordan. It's all politics. I'm a member of Black Business Council. One of their policies in 2 years, in 3 months, when I was questioning it, it was, no, this guy, why is he questioning it? So I'm saying we will assist the youth. Put them in the database, put them in the region. We will have a time and address right things about the youth, and we are going to question the policy and some of the boards that are running the JOSCO and those agencies, because you are misleading these children. If these children has to contribute to the economy of this country, let's do the right thing. Let's not give packages that are not of a development. So we will do that. We will go and assist, but we are going to be robust. We are not going to smile with somebody who is a so-called a chairperson of the board, who's putting this youth and running the policies. Every agent, we are going to look into your term of reference. Why were you set up? And why, if you were set up to develop the youth, show us what did you do, and then we will assist this youth. But unfortunately, we are going to force to tremble on people's head. Because if we don't do that, this youth are not going to develop. You are going to talk this thing every day. So my assistant, as I'm saying, put them into the regions. I will put my time. We'll go to every region. Should we find you guys talking about policy here, policy no, which is not aligned with the business transformation according to the policies, we will have to check you out.
Thank
because
you.
you are not managing the proper things about transformation.
Thank you for that. Thank you. So I just want to add something, and I'm glad to the two speakers that have spoken. We need to be solution driven more than anything. But I also like what you just said right now, that we are going to group the young people. We are going to formulate processes so that they are in a database. In order for us to be heard, in 1976, it took our elder brothers, our fathers, and then at the youth. So we were led. So meaning that as we are sitting here as young people looking for these opportunities, it's people like you who need to lead us. In as much as we might have the government and we might have the private sector, but it needs to start with us, within our communities. I'm an entrepreneur. Been running my business for 5 years. Been the hardest 5 years of my life, but then the most awesome years of my life. Yes, at some point I did say, the government is not doing 1, 2, 3. The policies are not speaking to me. But guess what? You have to find it within you because you choose to say, I want to become an entrepreneur. I want to build a business that's going to help young people. So we also need to get to a state of mind whereby we need to fight. We need to fight for our dreams. We need to fight for what is ours. There's a hand over there, but I would like to also just get 2 females if possible. Is that a female? Okay, male. Sure.
Dumelang.
Dumelang.
My name is Marvin Zotezi. I run a construction company. I registered my company, I think, 2016. So I've been in the construction company for the last, I think, 5 years or 4 years. And we have experienced challenges as a company in terms of there's no direct support from government or even private sector. So I have questions actually to ask from this meeting or summit. especially to the mayor and the MMC, is that what I was expecting from this summit, what I was expecting to hear things like we are going to create not a database, but a panel of young people who are in construction, SMMEs who will be doing maintenance work at Joshko. You are going to say that you are going to take 100 young companies or 100 youth companies to come and formulate a panel for 18 months, because there's no such a panel that is designed to assist young people. This is what I'm wanting to hear today, not to hear that you are going to base for us, because the CSD has our information. There is a database already there. You have our information in CSD. So what I was expecting to hear again, it was you are going to say that you are going to take 10 youth companies and partner them with private sector so that they can get incubated from CITB level 1 to maybe level 3 or grade 4. So we are not getting so... So we are not hearing those things this summit. So somehow I feel like we are being undermined as young people to be brought to such event, and there are who amongst the people who are who you procured to supply today in terms of the catering, the sound and everything, did you procure from young people? Are those companies youth companies? So that we can see that you are taking us serious as young people. But what you are doing, you are not really taking us serious. Even the private sector, you know, when you go to this private sector development that is happening all around the city, these people are very hostile. When a construction company, I'm a young person in working, I have completion letters that can attest that I do excellent spirit, hostile to even listen to us. They don't even consider SMMEs or black SMMEs when they are about to project. When you go that we have already appointed companies, and they appoint white-owned companies. They don't opportunities to black companies and especially youth companies.
All right, perfect.
So,
no, sorry. Yeah,
just in conclusion, I wanted for the mayor and the MMC to say that are they going to do a panel of young people? Are they going to take young people's companies to be incubated to such level, and how long are they going to take?
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay, can I have a female? I'm not, yes, is that a female? Sipo, do we have a female? Yes, 7, please. I want a female. I want to hear a female voice. Can we have the mic? Where's the mic? Okay, we're struggling with the mic. Yeah, okay. Female, please. Yeah, gender equity, simply. Yes. Yeah, there are females here. Yes. Perfect. Awesome. Thank you. There's another female here. I know, Sipo, you have an order, but yeah. Let me hear what the ladies have to say. Afternoon. Can you just bring it up, please? Let's just volume it up, please. Up it. The voice, yes? Still up? Yeah. Perfect. Thank you for that. Thank you. So I'm just going to just quickly answer. There's still questions. Yeah. So I like to, let's be realistic. But obviously you have a business plan. So you're saying there's no land. But my question is, what are you wanting to build with the land? Because I think that we need to be realistic. It's one thing to want land, but are you actually going to build the land for yourself so that you are building big rooms? Or are you building the land to say, I want to empower my community, but also at the same time, I need to commercialize my plan? That's one. With regards to, here you are, you're in your final year, and now you're looking for experience. So I work a lot with graduates. By the time you are in your first year, you should be identifying which companies you want to work for. You should be calling them and saying, I'm in my first year. Can I, during my work holidays or whatever holidays, can I come and actually volunteer? Because at the end of the day, we always wait for the final year. And trust me, that's why we have anxieties. It's because you waited right up until right at the end to then want to then say, what am I going to do? Yes, we have a crisis currently, but now you are also falling into that crisis and hence the anxiety. So where you are right now, go and research on the bodies that are within the construction industry. Like I said, www.shra, all these companies that are sitting here. See what opportunities are they offering. See how you can actually become part of that. Because again, at the end of the day, you still need to push yourself to get into those spaces. And we know that it is tough. But we have to push on. Next question at the back there.
Sure. You've asked a question, Sambe, about 4 times to us. As a youth, are we ready to be in construction? My question would be, is business ready for us to be in construction? All the WBHOs, the Robex, the Jordans, are all of them ready for us? Because Umbuyazi Lapa can set up Uguti, there's a 30% that must go or be allocated to youth. But if big business is saying, okay, we'll sit around the table and we'll create, which you get 30%, but that 30% doesn't grow you, because what they've set and allocated in that 30% is bricklaying at 1 rand or 80 cents a brick, is plastering, is things that will not build you as a business. So is business ready for us? The reason I then ask this again is because it would have been nice to see the Wilson Bailey sitting here, the Robex sitting here, so we can engage them in projects that are already existing and ask them, what is it that you're putting forward to us, and when can we hold you accountable? When we leave this summit, can we come directly to you and say, in the space of civil, I would like to play there. And not only play there, but in a way that because you're already a big business, there are benefits you get. A simple case, I go into the civil space, I've got planned to work in the civil space, but acquiring fuel for me to operate on a 60-month payment term, I don't have the balance sheet to hold that, but you already do. So again, Buyaza and our Honorable Mayor, please hold them to that as well. That the facilities they hold that have made them grow are passed on to the smaller companies as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So, the panel, you have heard. You have had the challenges that young people are facing, right? And I'm just going to give the mic to each and every one of you. And accordingly, how do we help these young people? They are ready.
Firstly, I wish our WBHO Roberts. I feel really appreciated right now. Codefco as a company not that we can help, we do have initiatives currently where oh, yeah, I'm back on. Yeah. So I'm going to use the Malibongwe Ridge project, which is what I'm representing today as a developer, because that's we're an implementing agent for City of Johannesburg. So in that project specifically, we do have a business forum structure that we work with. We have community structures where we allocate value meaning packages to SMMEs so that we actually tracking for ourselves. So if we employ an SMME, target with our social facilitators is to improve their grading. However, compliance always becomes a challenge because that's an annual thing that you need to renew to remain compliant so that we can keep appointing you as a service provider. So yes, we work with the business forum and the community structures to make sure that we're able to implement all of these initiatives to grow the smaller businesses so that at the end of the day, years later, they can tender for the work in their own capacity, as opposed to always be in joint venture with the big companies. Where the smaller firms exist, especially in the civil space, we do look out for smaller firms to partner with the bigger entity, again, for development and growing so that in future they can tender for the work themselves. Talking to the statistics, yes, there is a lot to be done from Codefco's point of view in the civil and services space. There, 15% of the jobs created were actually allocated to youth. But if you look at top structure, that was 75% of the jobs created were actually allocated to youth. So blended, that's still a 60% of jobs created which were allocated to youth. Yes, we need to improve on civil and services. However, it is targets that we do track as a company. So there are restrictions in a way because you have to look at the ward within which you operate to service those SMMEs and those communities and the youth in that area. So just also bear in mind that please don't run to me and say, yeah, I need work tomorrow. It has to be within, maybe an indication too much. Yeah. It has to be within the ward within which you operate because there are those rules that we've got to work within. But yeah, like I said, there is still a lot to be done, but we are actively managing and tracking for ourselves because as partner to COJ, we have to also meet certain targets. Otherwise, how do they justify appointing a developer who's not compliant with their intended long-term goals?
No, thank you. I think just before I get into the details of how we can help young people, it's very important that we do not treat young people as some sort of ticking boxes and targets and stuff like that, right? We need to be able to make sure that we have an impact and we add value when we come up with programs and budget resource allocation, not just as a tick box exercise, right? In terms of what us at NYDA we do, we assist entrepreneurs who want to get into the construction space. So, for example, the lady, when you spoke about wanting to establish a business, you normally would apply a grant through us, and we also offer mentorship programs, right? So where we are able to assist you to be able to be paired with the right mentor who's been in the same sector that you are in, so that they guide you for at least 2 years. And what we also have is market linkages, where we try to, after you've registered, we've given you a grant to open sort of the markets for you so that you are able to penetrate the market that you are operating in, as well as create partnerships. But more so, I think in terms of having also practical resolutions is for us to have MOU with the Joburg Housing to say that the young people that come through us, especially in construction, we can be able to work together so that we mainstream some of these projects and we do not work in silos, and also avoid duplication. So that is very, very important. And what is also of relevance is that if the sector is in terms of the spend, it's about 134 billion in South Africa in terms of GDP as well. We need to make sure that if, let's say we're talking about Gauteng as a region and it's contributing 40%, so about 40 to 45 billion of that construction sector spend needs to be properly monitored. We need to be able to track where the money is going so that we give feedback to the young people what has been done, because a lot of young people are frustrated, and also they're frustrated, they come to the wrong people sometimes. So we need to be able to say, this is where you need to go because this is where the money is, and there's accountability in the process. Thank you.
The Social Housing Act, which is an act of parliament, has actually not established the SHRA, but has also, I think, within the mandate, enabled us to not just sit at the back and say we're a regulator, waiting for any of you to falter. It enables us to administer grants, capacity development grants, and also capital development grants. I want to maybe speak to the capacitation grant, because I think two of the questions that came through might find relevance there. There was also the question, though, in terms of the land, which I would just flag and maybe say, Mayor, MMC, as per my earlier opening remarks, that it must be an issue that as a city and various stakeholders we take serious. I mean, if we are serious about this inclusive growth, transformation, this definitely has to be an issue that we cannot brush over. So within the SHRA, as I had indicated, we have the training program. It's an annual flagship program that we run. Some of the topics would look at just introducing you to the concept itself, because a lot of people still, the concept still remains obscure and unknown largely. Our trainings covers, for example, how do you package a social housing project? What are the tick boxes that and the requirements and the criteria that you need to meet as an emerging developer, as a developer. We also in that program have tenant and property management trainings that we do as well. But I also wanted to speak to, that question when you say you are a student coming out of varsity and you feel lost, you can very well establish a company and all that. So within the SHRA, 2 years ago, the realization that a lot of guys that are coming in and establishing and getting accredited as social housing institutions struggle with, just getting themselves off the ground, getting that first project through. So we've come up with a program for the last 2 years, which is a 3-year program of incubation program, where we say we will take you from year 1 up until year 3, where a whole lot of things has to happen in terms of setting up your governance once you have been licensed and accredited, up until year 3, where we see that you have at least started with the construction or have even taken on the project in terms of management. I'm hoping, Program Director, that our contact details will be shared so that people can contact us and get more information on some of these things. Thanks.
Thank you. Again, those contact details are on the websites.
No, thanks. I think from Joshko's side, what I wanted to indicate to the youth is the following. One, we do advertise for tenders. Maybe the youth might be saying we are not getting the information. Perhaps through MMC, we might want to go back and see how we start to open up so that the youth can get the message. But in short, as I've indicated earlier on, that our biggest challenge, it's not a challenge in government. Our biggest task in government is that one of responding to Section 217. I'm sitting next to my colleague from Treasury. If you do anything contrary to that, then you'll be on the wrong side. But I think we need to encourage our youth to visit our website. One, we also need to encourage our youth to also visit our offices. I do not think that we have those bad people in our offices. And asking for me is not a very difficult thing. So that is the first part. But I also wanted to invite the colleagues from SHRA. I know all of us might be thinking that SHRA is on the other side. We might want, through Joshko, introduce SHRA in our communities, MMC, where these opportunities are presented to different stakeholders. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. First and foremost, I hear there's 30% that is being thrown around. I would like to give a context to that 30% set aside. Coming from Gauteng Provincial Treasury. The set aside, it was announced in the State of the Nation address by then President Jacob Zuma, who indicated that set aside, the government will set aside 30% of appropriate categories of state procurement for purchasing from SMMEs, cooperatives, as well as township and rural enterprises. This is just but give context to the 30% set aside. This statement gave birth to what we now know as the preferential procurement policy, rather the preferential procurement regulations of 2017, where there's regulation 4 that indicates that objectives that must be built into organs of state procurement policies to ensure that designated groups, in terms of 51% owned companies by black people, people with disabilities, cooperative, military, veterans, and so on, are prioritized. However, as I indicated earlier on, that procurement within the public sector is highly regulated. One of the reasons why it's highly regulated is there to ensure uniformity as well as standardization of procurement processes for ease of implementation by organs of state implementing such procurement of goods and services in line with the mandate of that institution. So the preferential procurement regulations was given birth by that State of the Nation address. Local content and production, other sections included in the preferential procurement regulations, the local content and production, which seeks to ensure that locally produced goods and services are prioritized. Regulation 9 talks to subcontracting, which says 30, in terms of projects, there are 30 million and above. If feasible to do so, government must ensure that there's promote those local companies. There's a lot that government intends. This comes from after 1994, where government seeks to bring on board historically disadvantaged individuals in terms of operating within the procurement of goods and services, to ensure that they level the playing field and promote those companies that seeks to be part of the 1.5 trillion that I indicated earlier on in terms of the procurement of goods and services. There was a suggestion amongst the community members that indicated, rather the youth, that indicated that they are not considered. The takeaway from me from the session, as well as what comes out the most for me, is that it's on each and every individual to ensure that they know what is required by government before they seek to be part of the provision of goods and services within the public sector. I wish to dispute that and say that government is giving youth the platform and the resources to ensure that they form part of providing goods and services or contracting for goods and services within the public sector. I'm now forced to address the issue of Section 217 of the Constitution. One of the requirements is that when organs of states procures or seeks to contracts for goods and services, they must do so within a system that is fair, transparent, competitive, cost-effective, and seeks to achieve value for money. I think I've addressed most of the issue, and there's an AG report that was issued, particularly with regards to municipalities. 141 municipalities, which equates to, I think it's 54%, have been found to complied with the relevant prescripts, and the regulation of public sector procurement needs to ensure that when you contract for goods and services, you do so within a system that is compliant with what is required by government. Thanks.
So I think just before you come in, and I think unfortunately for yourself and the lady right at the end, you guys are from the private sector. And I don't know if I should say it, for the sins of other players in the industry, and especially the big guys, you guys are actually having the brunt of it. I would like us, I have a feeling we are going to have a second session like this very soon. But in that session, I think it would be great for us to also have your peers, so that the conversations that are held here, we are able to assist with that. But for now, you will run with it.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to try and address a lot of things all in one. I'm going to make what might seem as a controversial statement to start with. If anyone is in this room to become exceptionally wealthy out of housing delivery in South Africa, with respect, I think we're at the wrong place. There's a vast difference between construction and housing. We had a housing conference, a human settlements conference. So MMC, I stand to be corrected, but I think the city's got 7 major projects, housing projects currently. City's got 7 projects. I can tell you that all of those 7, I'm perfectly sure, are not building on a bill. We're building on what's the national housing subsidy at today. That was 195,000 rand per 40 square meter unit up till roughly a month ago, after which it was increased by the national minister. But that has not been flown through in the budgets and the projects. So at this stage, all of us are still in the city getting 195,000 rand. So there was a comment earlier that we get paid 1 rand per brick. I stand to be corrected again. I'll be very glad to get paid 1 rand per brick, because the average margin in this industry is 5 to 7%. There's a comment to Rawbex and Wilson Bailey not to come up for my peers, and as they seen as big companies. I quickly Googled, Rawbex GP margin is sitting at 11%. So if a brick costs 68 cents, they're not getting 1 rand. And Wilson Bailey GP margin at this stage sitting at 4.64%. So the industry is difficult. There was a comment that there's challenges. I think most of you might be aware that Calgary has been exceptionally challenged with invasions over the last few years. Not only land invasion, but completed units, which hurt us dearly, hurt the city dearly because units couldn't be handed over, hurt people who worked hard to afford the end user bond to buy a house from us dearly because those units could have been handed over. So I think one must look at what is the sector about. I think one must look what we want out of it. We keep going back to the 50%, and there's been many discussions on it. With respect, 50% of 10 million is 3 million. 10% of 100 million is, 50% of 10 million is 3 million. 10% of 100 million is 10 million. It's sometimes better to settle for less, but get enough work. Look at your own capacity. Look at what you want to do. Look at the capital structures. It's not an easy sector. It's a sector where the comment was one have to go and procure land. Now, whether you procure government land or whether you procure private land, the land procurement is not the difficult part. The difficult part is to get development rights agreed on that land. Then the difficult part is to get the plan approvals through the system. And not because, and I'll stick my neck out there, not because I think the city is inefficient, but it's a big organization to run. I wonder how many of you really realize what the task on the mayor's head is, and in terms of revenue and responsibility, I think it's most probably equivalent to top 40 companies in this country, which is way bigger than any of the construction companies. And then you have to go and see what is the city after. The city is after housing delivery. And that's a site in the city. And how do we develop this? So then there's plan approvals. Then one have to go and install the infrastructure. It's roughly 3.5 to 4 years since you procured land until you start building your first top structure. The marginal infrastructure at this stage, we contract out on behalf of the city on some of the projects at 3%. That's the max that contracts we're able to make. Otherwise, we cannot get within the housing subsidy, because the purpose of department housing or human settlements in provincial and national levels is to deliver housing. It's not to drive the construction sector. Then we must add public works to it. Then we must start adding infrastructure to it. The President's Infrastructure Fund. So I think from my side, we must be careful what we want. We must be careful what we strive for. It is a difficult sector. Can you make a living out of it? Yes, you can most definitely make a living out of it. I'll be terribly surprised if there's women in this room that's on the final year of a degree in building science that are unable to get a job. Contact any of us. I think that's an easy solve. So from my side in closing, be careful what you aspire for, but know that entering this sector is a difficult in this sector. Doesn't matter who you are. There's a lot to be done. There's a lot of risks. There's risk in land development. There's risk in infrastructure. There's environmental risk on most of these projects, which all of us have to deal with. And that's not even in the city's hands. That's on the GDOT level, which has been taken out because the city's not independent. And then there's top structures, and then there's a handover process. And maybe just to be clear on my 195,000 rand earlier, that includes town planning, architecture, plan approvals, the full construction, as well as a handover beneficiary administration process. So the true construction value in there is something like 174,000 rand. Now, there's very little people that can build for that. It's not the industry where you're going to get exceptionally wealthy, but it is an industry where you can really work, you can make a living, but the difference you make in the people that ultimately achieve or receive that home there's nothing more aspiring to stand on a site and a lady gets handed a house at the age of 106 years of age. And then she starts moving in, she's got literally no furniture. That's what this is about. This is not about wealth creation. This is about putting people in dignified homes. And I think it's an exceptionally difficult job for the MMC's office, for the mayor's office, for the acting ED's office, the Section 79 committee to approve these projects. And then the last point I just want to reiterate, which my fellow panelists on the far left reiterated, in these housing projects, it's not about job creation or empowerment, it's about the local community. We achieve above 70% in the local community, but if you then take a project like Fleurhof, your local community is Meadowlands and Fleurhof. That's as far as it reaches. So just be careful how that processes work. It's not, we can't go and appoint from outside of that. We have to look after the community itself. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to have 5 questions from the audience. And then thereafter, we will have our panel answer as we get ready to close this session. Can I have? Okay, do we have a mic? Can we have a mic? Only 5. And let's make it worth it. Okay. All right. 5. Is the mic working? Mic check. Okay, we're still sorting out the mic issue. Do you guys want to use this one? This one here. Perfect. Are you now running and grabbing the question while we're at it, ne? Nah, just go for it. Slalom, eh?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
Sam Lekalakala from AIRA. We are into construction industry. And before I ask a question, I want to maybe respond to some of the questions that were asked here. Our model, we've got like 3 layers that we have. It's not just construction. The first one, we're also running what we call construction project management training. And we run construction, and we've got another to do different, programs. We actually at MMC office, and we said we are not going to come here empty-handed. We want to put something on the table. We had no concern. We committed that project manager here we want to offer guys organize yourself, and then we are going to get the dates from you guys. When you say you are ready, then our facilitators will be ready. Our training consists of two components. It's a 5-day theory and the practicals on site. The project management itself, it addresses issues like land acquisition. How do you acquire a land? And it doesn't matter whether you are in township or in a rural area. And also, Vikas mentioned issues like risks. Those are the things that we take care from in project management, in construction project management, and how to mitigate them as well. Somebody raised an issue about the land. Today, East London. We are going in Eastern Cape. There is a lot of land in a tract. So it also addresses issues like to say, get an OTP of a land, and you find that somebody, a private owner, is selling a land, only to find that no, they are aware that that land is in a land process, and you get stuck with that problem. So we sort that out in a project management level, training. So it has help you to do the due diligence and to acquire a land, and after you acquire a land, bring the architectures, and maybe some of you are actual architectures. I think the lady she mentioned, I'm not sure what are you studying. You know, you bring an architecture, then you do the drawing, you bring your quantity survey, you bring all these town planners, you know, things get approved by the municipality, and then the construction happens. Guys, there's a serious problem that we have, especially with the young ones. Most of the contractors, we just hosted the biggest exhibition on the 7th in Gallagher Estate. Most of the contractors, they are stuck at grade 1 and 2, and they can't move up because this construction industry, it's a dog-eat-dog kind of a business. You can't get the business, and how are you going to move up because you just don't get those contracts? So, immediately after you finish the theory, you get into the practical part of it, and we make sure that at least if you are at level 1, then you are going to get the job or the contract that will move you up to the next level. LTB, they say to you, you know, for you to move to that, if you maybe you are actually grade 1, you need to get a contract that is worth 130,000. You come and get a job here, they give you 65,000. You get another job somewhere, they give you, let's say, 50,000. They said, no, you must get a job that is more than 130,000 at once. You can't get that. So this means you are stuck there. You are under force of gravity. You can't move up. And when you go to government tenders, municipality tenders, they tell you that no, you need grade whatever. If you are not at grade 5, 6, 7, you are gone. You are out. Guys, do you understand where we come and what is happening? So I want to challenge you guys. Give the PM your contacts, organize yourself. She can actually even take your details. You get the dates, you send us. You will also provide my emails. I don't want the PA's emails, my emails. You guys, you can say, guys, we are ready. But we also want to put a challenge to the panels here. What is it that they're going to put on the table? Thank you very much.
Finance, you've just been awarded 50 units maybe to construct those subsidized units that will be handed over. So maybe the city gives you the tender. So maybe you just need some kick-off finance. And maybe just also at mentioning, we are under the Department of Human Settlements. similar to the SHRA. It's also one of those organizations that are sister organizations under the Department of Human Settlements. So we are aware that there could be challenges that contractors could be experiencing in the market. So we are there to try and assist them with the financing that is required for them to be able to commence or to kickstart the project. And then, as you know, you don't submit an invoice first. You still need to first deliver the deliverables. Maybe it's foundations, it's slabs, and so on, top structure construction, the walls, and so on. So the NHFC is there. We also do have building material supply undertaking where, again, it can enable those contractors to be able to access the building material in order to construct a certain milestone. Again, when it comes to the social housing, so maybe you've identified a project that is within a restructuring zone and you want to approach the SHRA. You get accreditation with the SHRA, and obviously the SHRA would fund you up to approximately 70% of the total development cost. Again, with the NHFC, will top that up with the debt financing component. We know that if you're an SHI, a social housing institution, there is no requirement that you invest equity into the project that you are currently executing. So that avails an opportunity again for youth. Maybe you assemble yourself. One must have finance skills, another must have construction, another one must have legal, another one must have property management skills. So if you guys are youth, you can partner with other people that do have the experience in that particular sector in order to create these SHIs, and that can be a vehicle where you are now no longer waiting for opportunities, but you are creating your own opportunities. We approach the city to say that, city, we've identified building X that is under your ownership. It's within the restructuring zones. We are within the city. We would like to construct this into a social housing. We approach the SHRA to get the accreditation for the particular project, but you start by commencing with your registration as an SHI, and then later stage, you are then able to start the construction after your project has been approved. Again, maybe let's say you've identified a building again. PRASA, in most instances, do give out these tenders where they give you a 30-year lease agreement to say that you just need to refurbish. And there will be many of those opportunities with the COVID-19 pandemic that has come into the sector, where you will be converting maybe an office space into a residential. We approach the city to say that, city, would like this building in order to convert it to a student accommodation. Just an example. Again, the NHFC is there to be able to assist you with the financing. Again, I'm just disappointed that the NYDA guys there is no longer there. So as you know that within a project, there is a requirement of a certain level of equity. Now with the NHFC, we are aware that the youth could be having challenges in regards to equity. So we need the NYDA to also invest in these youth-owned companies. And then the SHRA or the NHFC can then be able to top that up. We also do have the equity financing division, and then we also have the debt financing component. So what I'm just trying to say is that there are opportunities. The NHFC is ready to be able to assist with the financing requirements for the housing project. And NHFC, if you go again, as the facilitator has indicated, NHFC, the website and so on, you'll be able to come through to us. Thank you, facilitator. Highly appreciated.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jabulo Manyati. I'm studying at UGM, doing my degree on electrical and electronics. I wanted to tackle the thing of experience. I've had my construction company running for quite a few years now. So you'd find that there are opportunities which are presented to you. As an SMME, you find that you do not qualify. Reason why you do not have the necessary experience. You find that there is a job, but they're saying, okay, fine, you can do this thing, but do you have an experience of 4 years? But how are you going to get experience if they are not going to give you work? You have all the necessary requirements, but you do not have the experience. So one thing that I would like us to come up with here, as a lot of gents had talked there, that we are tired of this thing, a talk show, one execution. Want to know from here, what are we going to do? Can I just ask a simple question from here? How many people have got their business who are running and they've got all their things in order? I mean, their tax matters, they are registered on CSD, they are registered on CIDP. How many people are here? Can they please raise their hand? See, Mr. Ntatesilo, do you see how many people we have? We want an initiative by saying, okay, we want stats. It's so unfortunate that the mayor and Mr. Mabasa is no longer there. Why can't we take these people and give them something. We're not saying hand them out, but the person who's sitting next to you there talked about compliance. All these people, they've got their tax matters in order. They've got the necessary documentation to be given jobs. So why can't we take all these names and say, okay, fine, guys, we're taking all of our names, we're taking them down, and then we see. We have 7 major projects that are running in Joburg. Then surely they can give us something, right? We're not saying that we must be spoon-fed, but we do qualify to be given the job. Yes, so I think that will work in hand with what Ubaba here has suggested, which would be saying he's going to provide that theoretical training. So imagine matching that theoretical training with what you would be. Maybe Joshua can give us something, right? Just think of us matching what Ubaba will give us and whatever job that we might be given, because all we're crying for is experience. It's like you've graduated, you come and apply for a job, they're saying, oh, okay, we see you have your master's, but do you have a 3-year working experience? How am I supposed to get experience if I just got out of varsity? It's the same thing on a business perspective. Yes, you have your business, you have the finance, you have the necessary documentation, but they're saying you get experience. How are you going to get experience if you do not get the job, if the tenders are not offered to us as the youth? So all I'm asking for here is we live with something constructive. I don't know Tate Silo, as I'm directing this to you now because your colleagues are no longer here. I don't know if it's possible if we can just, all those people who have got their business running, they're in order, they know that they have the necessary documentation in terms of the construction wealth, they know that their tax matters are in order and they comply with whatever that is required by the National Treasury. Can you please have, I don't know how we can do it, we get our names, our details and our company's details and then we write them down. And then we're asking for if we could be given any job on the 7 major projects that are currently running for the city of Johannesburg. Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Sipho Spisi. I'm not into construction per se, but I'm into I'm a lecturer in college in journalism, and fortunately enough, my younger sister, she's owning a construction company. Unfortunately, to get an access to all the opportunities and support. So I decided to come up with a program. We've got a program now called Young Women in Construction. Young Women in Construction, it's a program which is paving and opportunities for young women doing construction. We are in partnership with Wits University School of Construction. We are in partnership with Wits University School of Engineering, Civil Engineering, and also CJC, Central Johannesburg College, the one next to Ellis Park that is offering engineering and construction. We are also funded by Moteo Group Construction. Yesterday we had a meeting with German Embassy and Canada Embassy, willing to fund our program because our program works with, or we are also adopted by the GDE, Gauteng Department of Education under Banyaza Lesufi. We go to schools. We address young girls. One of the schools is Rand Girls High School in Johannesburg. The other one is the one in Soweto for girls. I forgot the name. What we are doing, we go to grade 10, grade 11, grade 12 girls that are doing science and mathematics. construction as a career because there's a huge space, and with the companies that I've mentioned, they are willing to do support and fund the students who enroll when it comes to construction. Wits University is willing to support and accept young girls who are willing to do construction. Same thing applies to CJC, is willing to accept. So what I'm saying is that those are other options of taking this tip, and we want to thank the MMC for such an opportunity. This is the beginning. Then next year we'll wait and see how is it going to be. But with this project as of today, we are willing to support, and then we are willing by all means to make sure that young girls, they get a fully understanding when it comes to construction, so that we'll do away with this syndrome of saying it's a men's space. So this is an opportunity, and I would love to give it as a challenge to all there as panelists to say, let's support young girls. Let's give women a space when it comes to construction and see what is going to happen. Thank you so much.
So I think that's going to be our second last question. And then once we have the last one, then we are closing the panel. Thank you. Sure. Next question. Oh, there's a lady.
pity that all the relevant stakeholders, I don't see none of them here, but Mr. here had mentioned that in his 14 years, in all the sittings and summits and boardroom meetings, he's never been in a room with as many relevant stakeholders as we did today from government and the private sector. It's a pity that they're not here, but what I wanted to raise to them when they were still here was that because you guys are the relevant stakeholders, you guys decide the policies which seek to uplift the youth companies, which seek to integrate youth companies within social housing. And a decision should have been taken within this summit while all these young people are here to say that as the stakeholders, this is what we and this is what we pledge towards integrating these within the construction sector, within the housing sector. Because what we are asking of them is for them to whereas they are right here themselves, they can make it of us decide upon it, upon themselves, right now within this moment, to say, as people for making these decisions, this is what we are committing to you. This is what we are pledging to you. And it's a pity that none of them, it's sad actually. The event has not ended, they've all left. And this message was actually directed to them, the relevant stakeholders, because it is them who are responsible for changing the policies that seek to empower companies within construction. So like my brother had said there, not want to live without any direction. SAYEC is a 100% youth organization which represents the youth in it. SAYEC even pledged its resources to government. I was watching when they said we are working with this government in terms of the administrative processes of getting youth-owned SMMEs within the construction center of COJ, within the housing sector of COJ. They pledged, but nothing was done about that. They pledged in this particular summit. So those are the things we expect to see. We expect to see difficult for government within their position, but we expect this of us, as these people are to be told it's something going to debate once we go to the office or once we go to the boardroom. We do not want that. We want the results now. SAYEC pledged its commitment. They're saying they have assist the government. Commitments. Hold government accountable when those commitments.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Panel, I think we are hearing what the young people are looking for and what they want. I think I will start with you on this side, especially from from here on, how do we move forward? Because I think the talking has been done. We've done a lot of lip service, so where to from here?
So yeah, very pertinent inputs are coming through, and it's rather useful. So from where I'm sitting, I'm just wanting to reference us back to our program director in the morning. That a quote that he mentioned was, "The real currency is not money, but it's information." So let us not blind ourselves, or club, to think that today, as I leave this room, I'm going to leave with tender documents signed and sealed. No. We are living with information, and the question is, what are you going to do about that? In terms of commitments, I want to take that discussion, Baba, in terms of collaboration on the training part. Because I think if we can find alignment and see who brings what to the table, I think we'd be able to achieve more than we can. So our group from Mpumalanga, I must commend you for traveling all this way to here. In fact, as a social housing regulatory authority, the SHRA, some of the SHIs that we regulate are in Mpumalanga. I have about 4 on my list that we can put you in contact with. I'm not sure if you're saying you are at CIDB level 1, what is it that you can offer on the table, but the best we can do is to link you up with those SHIs such that you can see what opportunities they present within their offering. Thanks.
Thank you for that. We are wrapping up, guys. Just 1 minute, 2 minutes as we close.
No, thanks. I think to colleagues, I do not want to be an irresponsible leader, because if I join some of the proposal here, I might appear to be not a good teacher. But allow me, Lerato, just to say something to the youth. And I know we talk processes every day. It appears that as the management, we always push back the youth. But I'm going to talk process from maybe step 1 up to the last step, so that as we live here, we do not appear to have either raised unnecessary expectations. Now, the very, very first thing that I wanted to raise is that from George Co's side, we have indicated that we do have panels. In other words, for you to be on the panel, colleagues will know that there would have been an advert. You would have responded to the advert. You would have complied until such time that you are appointed. If you are not on George Co's panel, it doesn't mean all is lost. We do have those opportunities where we invite bidders. And for those that would have read the supply chain management, they will know for anything between 0 and 200, we might advertise. And again, we're encouraging colleagues to access our database and make sure that at least, website, not database, and make sure that they get those opportunities. I think for me, that is very, very important. But what I've picked, which is what I need to share with this, with the youth today, is that in my last few days in the office of the CEO at George Co, I did the meet-greet with all the service providers. And I need to confirm, Lerato, that I met close to 80% of the youth in my meet and greet. Most of the service providers that are appointed by George Co are part of the youth. I met the colleagues. I did not ask somebody else to do the meet-greet. I think that is the first part. But I think the second part is I'm also accepting that perhaps some of you are excluded because you might have not, maybe you might have missed an advert, you might have missed information that is very, very crucial. And I think it's something which CFO, as we go back, we might want to see how do we then extend or rather invite or making sure that other stakeholders in various regions get our adverts. I know for sure that we are currently evaluating a panel, which I might not disclose because I'm not capacitated. But what is very important, I spoke about two things. I spoke about choice and I spoke about compliance. And I'm defeated because most of the colleagues are saying we are complying. But the question that I need to ask to the colleagues is, we are complying, are we seeing these adverts? Are we responding to these adverts? Because surely there was an advert that went out recently. That particular advert would have targeted the local media, would have also went to a national newspapers. I'm expecting that the youth would have seen that. Lerato spoke more of our resources, our money, that we need to make sure that we use it accordingly. In other words, am I buying newspapers? Am I trying to do the Google? Try and check whether there are adverts or not. And for me, I need to also agree with John. For me, that is very important. Because as we live here, we must live here being better people. And for me, better people, it means going forward. The fact that I have all the necessary documentations, and I need, as I close, to talk to Mr. Mugwe, who spoke about his story. Let me go back to his story. In his story, he said, my first assignment was a contract valued at
something like 200,000, my apology. That's what he said. Now, if you ask him, how did you get it? Surely anything of 200, it means the health department would have advertised for 7 days, and he has responded. He did not ask a cousin to respond. With those documentations that you have, you respond to all the speeds, colleagues. I think it's very important that we drive this message, that let's respond to the bids. Once you have responded to the bid, obviously there must be a successful bidder. And surely the successful bidder gets the job. For me, that is the first part, around the 200. I would have said something to the CFO yesterday and the COO at Georgeco around our panel. And I normally talk in parables, but let me maybe issue the instruction to the CFO in the presence of the youth. I would have said, as we look or investigate possibility of either extending our panel due to other reasons, we need to dig deeper. We need to go check on our panel if there's Mr. X, because I met some of the colleagues that are saying we are on the panel and we have never had an opportunity. And my condition for extending CFO, at least the youth gave me an instruction. My condition, you have a principal approval. The principal approval, it says, from the panel, we'll have to find a way, if we have some of the bidders or service providers who are part of the youth and they've qualified, there's nothing wrong in allocating or allowing them that particular space. We are not going to appoint a person because he raised an issue in the presence of the MMC. All that we are saying, as we go back, we'll look at all our processes. I think the first one I'm accepting, that we need to find a way of making sure that we reach out as we do the adverts. But we are not going to transgress any policy. Because if we transgress a policy, my colleague that is sitting next to me, he's soft-spoken like me, but he's not going to be speaking nicely to us as a city. He will just issue penalties. He will just issue notices to all of us. Then the following day, you are going to say, yeah, we saw that CEO. He doesn't follow any processes. Luckily, at least I'm a scholar of processes. So, colleagues, we are not going to allow a situation where we transgress our own policies. But we want to allow a situation where we encourage ourselves to be compliant in the very same processes. So I'm basically saying to those colleagues that raised their hand, that we're saying we all have documents, I'm saying you did not tick all the boxes. And we need to tell you the truth. The fact that you have SARS certificate, you have either BE certificate that does not say or mean you have a job. You need to apply. This is the best advice that we're giving you. When there are adverts, we are always specific in terms of those adverts. Respond to those adverts. The 200,000 ones I'm saying, those ones you are not restricted. I grab a panel, we always say back about panel 6. The 200,000, it's any other person that is registered on that database, the national one. So those are the ones that will then benefit. So Larato, I thought I should just cover the last part to say, we're not here MMC to sign tender. John has covered that one. We are not signing tenders as we live here. But we are here to capacitate our own colleagues, our own friends, our own even neighbors, to say there are opportunities, but let's make sure that we don't fold our arms. Respond to adverts. I will prefer if you are saying to Treasury, I've been responding, but I've picked that my cousin next door has the same documentations as me. Then there are issues. Then Treasury can then adjudicate. But in this particular case, I think we still short one step. Let's try and push in that money you spoke about. The 30 rand that you have, you buy data. After buying data, you Google, you check Georgeco's adverts or bids, you respond, they will be adjudicated accordingly.
So this is what we're going to do. I want all the young people to stand up. All the young people to stand up. So I'm saying we need to commit to ourselves that there will be less Facebook, less Instagram, but now we'll be going to Google social media to go and actually research the companies that are sitting here. We are going to research the whole construction industry, and you are also going to research all the businesses that are in the construction industry. You know why? Because all of these companies that are digitally on their websites, they are able to tell you how you can become either a business partner with them, one, how you as a talent can work for them, how you can actually gain learnership, how you are able to gain internships. So I want us, let us stop also pointing fingers. Now we also need to look at ourselves. We need to take that ownership to say, going forward, I want to do things that are going to empower me. I'm going to use my money, my last grandmother's money, my mother, anyone in the family. But I'm going to use that money to ensure that I research on the things that matter to me. So that when we come back next year or whenever, we are able to be telling amazing stories that are coming from this platform. But with all that said, I want you young people to give yourselves a round of applause. It's been tough, and I think my fellow side, which is Melusi, referencing to his song, Bambelelani, we all want soft life. As we are all sitting here, we all want a soft life. But a soft life is not going to come to you when you are doing Amapiano every weekend. You need to go and fetch the soft life yourself. So with that, thank you so much for being part of this. Thank you. So Melusi, my right hand man, as I hand over to you. Thank you.
No, guys, can we give her a round of applause? Thank you very much, Lerato. You've handled it with utmost love, like your name. Guys, we're about to wrap up. We're going to have just one session in terms of the declarations that the MMC has to make. And I think okay. Yeah, then there'll be closing remarks from the chairperson in section 79, Councillor Christians, and then colleagues, there are exhibition stands outside. But also lunch is served. There are two dishing stations. The other one is on that side and the other one is on that side. Before we all stand up and give the MMC a round of applause, can we all thank the panelists for sharing such information and giving us an ear. Thank you very much, guys. MMC, before I allow you to come in front, bengifisa ukusho ukuthi usifundise kahle ukuthi kuyabongwa mawubiza abantu. There are gifts that would be made available. Please, colleagues, assist me to facilitate when the MMC is done so that we hand them over officially to our panelists. Mr. Koba, can I then proceed with them? And ngashala phansi ngaqala nihambe. Why? Oh, okay. There's the gifts proceedings. Ashaya izandla wafethu makuphiwa Lemini yeza nakuwe. Yeza nakuwe. Yeza nakuwe. nakuwe. Oh, cela ungehli bhuti wami. Ngicela uze bacela ukushaya izithombe nani. Sacela beyithombe. Please guys, come take pictures with the MMC. Wathi umunye ugogo efike ofisini ngisasebenza ofisini la MMC. Wathi mntanama ngifuna wena. Ngifuna yena ngqo uMEC. Akafuni mina, ngifuna ngqo MEC. Please come forward guys. Qoba, can they come forward and then we can proceed. Just pictures. Can you also give a round of applause to the ladies? They are holding this thing down. Guys, I'll give over to MMC.
Thank you very much for Tumelusi. No, I don't think I'll need it. No, I'm fine. Don't worry. Yeah. In fact, I'm used to holding the mic like this. I look address a rally, so. Thank you very much, Melusi, and to Ulerato. And a special thanks to our speakers, Lungi, Umakanya, Umkwebo, and he has left, and yourself, Ndima, Silo, colleagues from NYDA who has also left, the CEO of CACRO, the CEO, Managing Director of Codefco, Babu John. So thank you very much. I know the chairperson will do the vote of thanks, but I need to thank you and all of you colleagues who have participated today. Just to register the apology of the executive mayor, because we were to do this declaration together, but she had to rush for a meeting. We thought by 1:30 will be done, so according to the program. But she's still with us because I will also give her a briefing after this. So I will be very quick, colleagues. Not the one who was typing, and I normally do not use the laptop. So if I encounter challenges here, please bear with me. I use the iPad a lot more than a laptop, so it's even too bright for me. Can you assist? It's too bright. Can you? No, I'm talking about the screen here. It's too bright. Yeah. Where do we? Still bright, man. Is this functional? Okay, I will try. I will be brief so that I don't damage my eyes further. Colleagues, so while you were engaging here and with the panel, the team was busy consolidating on all the inputs that you were making. And they were capturing all the challenges that you have raised, the frustrations. So it is not exhaustive here, so we were in a way quick in our collection of the information for us to have this declaration, because it is based on all the things that you have raised with us today. So, but it is still a working document. We are still working on that. We have not yet finalized it, but we had to do it anyway, because at the time we thought we will break for lunch for us to work on this document before we could present it to you today. But we will be very brief, but the final document will be shared with all of you here. We will try and make it public for everyone to access it. So once it has been polished and finalized properly,
So if there are any discrepancies along the way, so bear with us because we were trying to consolidate and capture as much information as we can for us to present it now. So the problem statement that has been identified is that young people are not exposed to opportunities. Opportunities provided, is only provided to the big businesses with the experience. Young people are without funding and they are begging to access they are begging to access opportunities in the construction industry. Young people, they do not have capital to start with the construction project. Government system does not make a provision for the previous disadvantaged individuals, and it supports those that already have a funding capital. So that is the problem statement that we were able to pick up during the engagement. The solutions, closing the gap by using what's available. As the Department of Human Settlement in the city, we are aware that millions of young people in the country lacks employment and are unable to participate in the formal economy. While the construction sector alone may not solve this problem, it is good as any place to start. So our long-term outcome or the long-term plan for the summit is to see it grow from strength to strength, and also yielding job opportunities for young people who envisage themselves as leaders in the construction sector. The City of Johannesburg Declaration, we need to foster collaboration, out-of-the-box thinking, and be relentless in assisting young people to get a leg up in the construction sector. We have to be strategic, forward-thinking, and effective in how we apply our efforts. This is why, as the Human Settlement Department, we will continue to have this conversation to move along with young people. We will hold our strategic partners accountable, especially those who are contracted to our department and the entity, to train and develop young and upcoming constructors. We will bring about sustainable transformation through the rallying behind young people and forging partnership that will affect positive change. We will identify obstacles and maximize our own regulation and policies to see if they promote young people participating and development in the buildings industry. If the current framework offers hardness rather than support, they may also be amended. The City of Johannesburg declares that we will support more than 30% of procurement to young people, women, and people with disability, child-headed household. Economic development through Economic Hub will register SMMEs for business support, including construction industry. The department will look into legality of incubating young people, construction companies from tender stage at the execution of small construction companies. Looking into the red tape that exists in the supply chain processes to procure business from young people. The panelists and all of the professionals who committed on doing everything in their power to enhance the living of the youth working in the construction industry, this incident must be recorded in the history as the start of far bigger things to come. We want to create a construction industry that embraces young people and liberates them from construction. We will set up a youth in construction steering committee, which will include various youth institutions and the private sector. So in summary, as I conclude, the unemployment remains a major challenge for the country, and particularly the youth. This must be changed, and one of the ways to bring about the change is through the development and support of SMMEs. But we don't want just SMMEs. We want to see the large construction entrepreneurs amongst the youth that will compete on the national level. We want to see a new generation of creative minds who will advance the building industry and build lasting legacy that will also grow our gross domestic product. So that is the declaration that we are making as the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MMC. We are about to close. I think after this, we will now have our chairperson for Section 75 committee. 79, sorry. Hey, thank you, MMC. I think Indlala. I'm not seeing the numbers correctly. Hunger can do that to you guys, you know. To give us a vote of thanks. And yeah, can we give him a round of applause?
Ngiyani mbelelele mphathi wohlelo nobuthi Melusi Ndima. Mbelelele MMC wezindlo ukansela Mabaso. Puchino Sisi, sanbonani nonke. Sanbonani nonke. At least now I can hear these young people, they're alive. Good afternoon to everybody else. I'm Councillor Christians. I'm the chairperson of the Section 79, soon to be Human Settlements Committee, but currently the Housing Committee. And while I heard some of the questions that there was nobody listening, there's always somebody from Section 79 listening. You've got councillors that are also present amongst you who sit on that committee. So we are listening and we are hearing what is happening. I want to ask that company from Mpumalanga to please stand up. Please stand up. Okay. I want you to give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. How many of you young people from Johannesburg have gone to other provinces to apply? See, it's less than 10% of the people that are here. Less than 10%. Yet we complain we don't have opportunities. We got to make the opportunities for ourselves as well. There was somebody who spoke about compliance, one of the questions. Yes, we have been doing rigorous compliance on our officials and on the departments. So when you say they're not following policy, this is where you come to, Section 79. Because on a monthly basis, the MMC and all the heads of departments have to come and account to Section 79. And we have questions for them. And if you have questions that are bothering you, let us know. My email address is very simple. It's alexc@joburg.org.za. Okay, you can email me your questions. We can then make sure that the compliance issues are dealt with. I'd just like to start by thanking everybody who attended, especially you, because if you as the young people did not come, there was going to be no summit. So give yourself a round of applause. So I was smiling, Program Director, when some of the young people said, before we leave here, we want something. If you want something, that's good, but you're not going to get it here because there's processes to be followed. And if these officials do not follow those processes, we as Section 79 are going to stop them. And that's why they say compliance is so important. But what you did come here for today, and the summit and the MMC summarized it very, very well, is we had the opportunity for the first time to hear what you needed as young people in the construction industry. So let us now go back and look at our policies and revise them so that we can allow for our youth to come in. To our acting director, Ms. Nungin Chali, you've heard what they said. They want access. How do we get access to these 7 projects? So part of our strategic plan, when we meet in July, let us hear what is your plans going forward. And then we hold them accountable to what you said and what they've said. To Mr. Makanya, thank you very much for coming, because that is what we want. We want our youth to know how can they get access to the economic system in South Africa. So thank you for being here. Mr. Marcel, as a young person and an entrepreneur, thank you for leading the way. It's good to see young people in the forefront. To our panelists, don't you think Ms. Longani did a good job? Do you agree? I know the one lady on that side won't agree with me, but do the rest of you agree? Did she do a good job? Yes, she managed to get those panelists to tell you what there is there to be offered. So well done to you on that. From the National Youth Development Agency, thank you for being here. The projects we have in place, let us work together. There's been lots of talk about the NYDA only looking at their friends. Can you see here today? Everybody is here your friend. Okay, so please, let's get them into your projects. From Shra, we are looking at the compliance because ultimately we want to partner with all government departments to make sure that more money comes into Johannesburg. And I can see a lot of familiar faces here. As the previous ward councillor for this area, they would tell you, my main job was to go to these MMCs and say, MMC budgets are coming up. What do you have for this ward? And that's how they then got empowered, the young people in this ward. Joshko, I believe there is a lot that we need to do in terms of compliance. I've lost where you've gone to sit now. He's on this side. So he's supposed to be on that side. We know and we want the plan. You saw Section 79 has been hard on you because if you come right, that means there'll be less young people paying double and triple what they are paying in the rental system at the moment. For the Department of Infrastructure and Development, yes, we need your assistance because these young people need to navigate development planning. And if there's nobody there to guide them, they're always going to fail and say, but we've been trying, but we're not getting anywhere. So they need that assistance. So please come on board. Mr. Vikas Latachan, thank you very much for being here, for Calgro. And already young ladies, you see who they're looking for. The businesses are looking for young ladies in the construction industry, so don't lose hope. And let us, as the lady said, let us start at first year, not wait for the third year, to actually start going and saying, let us do something. Some of the contractors that are here from my ward would tell you that whenever we had a project, yes, you are eating nicely in the project, but I always said, what is your community service that you're going to do? So they took those expertise and also brought it to the people who did not get the opportunities. So let us look at that as well. It is very important. But ultimately, I know thanks needs to go to the Almighty. And I'm sure you agree. Because without Him, we would not have had the opportunity to be human beings who can learn. I'm repeating that. We are human beings who can learn. And the moment we stop learning is the time we actually are dead. How many here are PhDs? Anybody is a PhD here? I'm glad no hands went up. Do you know why? Do you know what I call PhD? PhD is pull him or pull her down. Because as soon as we see one youngster growing up in business, we all want to go and toy at that business to say, how come he's got it? Why is he going up? Why aren't we? He must come down. We need to understand, with the system in place in South Africa, we've got two options. The first option is allow for the big projects for one contractor to get it so we can go get our level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or share it amongst everybody. That's the second way. And everybody get their piece of the steak, but you're always going to end up staying at level 1. As the one gentleman over here explained how the levels work in terms of the quantum of money that you get through your account to progress. So you need to decide, do you want to have that PhD syndrome of pulling them down when somebody is going up, or actually going to that person and somebody asks for it and say, can you actually mentor me also to learn how to get up to your level? And that is what we must remember, young people. Is competition is good, but bringing people down is not good. So let's have competition where we all pick ourselves up, and that is good. Because ultimately, South Africa can only grow if Johannesburg grows, because Johannesburg is the economic hub of the country. And that's where the Golden Start has come from, and that's where the Golden Start wants to go. So with that, Program Director, I can see them looking at me because you mentioned what nice food there is. So I hand over to you, and thank you all. Please give yourselves another round of applause.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you, guys. Bekumnansi sonke, ne? We sesithule. Bekumnansi sonke. Thank you very much, guys, for having me here, MMC. Truly enjoyed it. I'm only left with one thing. I opened with prayer. I will close with prayer. Ukudla khona. There are exhibition stands outside. We can go and see. My last parting words to you are, I know maybe they won't sound very nice, but don't blame anyone. Don't blame anyone for your failures. Because it's not a hidden secret that you will never be young forever. Don't blame anyone for your failures. Because it's not a secret that you will not be young forever. So as we are here today, while we're still young, oh, by the way, I'm also young, by age, not by body. Don't judge my body, judge my age. And let's make sure that we use this platform to aspire, to inspire before we expire. Before we expire, because we are going to expire. May we stand up and bow our heads in prayer. Oh, please take off your heads, guys. Mastanders. Uzothi uthandaze ebusuku wedwa uNkulunkulu athi hayi ngikuzwa namhlanje ngoba ugqoka isigqoko. Asicimezeni. Baba egameni laJesu Kristu uNkulunkulu onomusa, uNkulunkulu onothando. Sibonga umusa wakho Nkosi yami ukuthi sesize safika la. Phekwa konke Nkosi yami sesicela nje wena ukuthi uNkulunkulu wami lokho silethele kona la. Siphume ngaphandle sikufumbethe sihambe nakho. Sikwenze Nkosi yami kuba yiyona thuluze liyosikhipha ekuhluphekeni. Sibonga Nkosi